Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. All right, so got it to work again. All right, this is you.
It's working. They can't hear me.
Ladies and gentlemen, fans, debaters, and overall watchers, welcome to Zone B of the hashtag A Full Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. This is the first match of today, and with me we have the team from Montego Bay High School for Girls facing off against Cornwall College. Awesome. And so we're going to hop right into it. The motion for this round is this House regrets the convention whereby sitting members of parliament can also be cabinet ministers. Just some ground rules. The first speaker will get 8 points, 8 minutes. The second speaker 7, the third 5. The reply speaker will get 3 minutes. The first and last minute of each speech is called protected time, in which no points of information will be accepted. And also, there'll be no points of information accepted for the reply speech. So, without further ado, we call the first proposition speaker to open up the debate.
Side proposition firmly reaffirms the motion. This House regrets the convention whereby sitting members of parliament can also be cabinet ministers. Before I get into my speech, I'll clarify one thing about this motion, and that is the word convention. And we define it as a process that is often repeated, but in this context, not necessary. Montesquieu said it best in his seminal text, Spirit of Laws, when he compounded, political liberty is to be found only when there is no abuse of power, but constant experience shows us that every man invested with power is liable to abuse it, and to carry his authority as far as it will go. To prevent this abuse, it is necessary from the nature of things that one power should be a check on another. There would be an end to everything if the same person or body were to exercise all 3 powers. This panel is the basis for the proposition's argument. My team and I will explain to you today why opposition will fail to accomplish their goal of demonstrating how this convention, whereby sitting members of parliament can also be cabinet ministers, has had positive benefits on the government and wider society, but also advance our own case, which will conclusively prove that this convention has indeed been a regretful and gross manipulation of government power. I will speak on how this convention contributes to the doctrine of separation of powers and encourages a culture of non-accountability for cabinet ministers. My second speaker will speak on the neglect of the constituencies that this convention promulgates, as well as the need for expertise in the cabinet. Finally, my third speaker will summarize opposition's case and quash any clashes that may arise. To begin, this convention contributes to the doctrine of separation of powers. Scholars such as Locke, Aristotle, and Montesquieu have advocated for the division of government into 3 separate branches, namely the legislature, which creates law, the judiciary, which interprets law, and the executive, which enforces law. This division and the mutual respect and collaboration that accompanies it creates a robust system of checks and balances which assures power is not co-opted by a singular body but remains solidly with the people. The convention whereby sitting members of parliament can also be cabinet ministers allows for the executive branch to adopt some of the legislative powers, which is principally and practically, as I'll explain, problematic for the society. If those entrusted to enforce the law are able to capitalize on the lawmaking process, they are given liberty to propagate unjust agendas, create oppressive systems, and govern without the direction of the people. Consider this hypothetical. A radical prime minister and his cabinet ministers all sit in the parliament and rise influential positions and draft legislation that would heavily disadvantage a minority group. Using their influence, they pass the bill and proceed to ruthlessly enforce the oppressive laws. Indeed, we have seen where similar contraventions of the doctrine of separation of powers have led to unfavorable results. In the prolific case of Hines against Regina, the legislature wrongfully adopted the powers of the judiciary and established a gun court. The board to preside over this court was void of any members of the judiciary and sentenced citizens to mandatory sentences of detention. The defendants in this case won their suit against the states, and it was found that the government's actions were unconstitutional. Therefore, we see that the effect of this contravention is civil and criminal miscarriages of justice. This leads into my second point of non-accountability. MPs who also serve as cabinet ministers are famously excused for their impropriety. When one holds the power of a public functionary and a lawmaker, there are certain lapses of accountability that arise. For example, the allocation of funds and resources. When one person is entrusted with the responsibility of a ministry and a constituency, he has the potential to co-opt funds from one office into the other, or from both offices into his own pockets. Opposition might propose that corruption would still exist irrespective of this double responsibility, but it must be noted that this double responsibility gives them greater opportunity to act inappropriately by providing them two offices to manipulate. I will not go so far as to list examples of political impropriety so as to avoid a political debate, but I will highlight the fact that such an oversight is dangerous, especially considering the public's perception of the government, especially high-ranking officials such as cabinet ministers. In fact, according to a study by the Sunday Gleaner, Jamaicans have ranked politicians as one of the nation's most corrupt groups. Even if the double responsibility isn't the direct cause of this chain of corruption, their inflated sense of power as a result of their positions cannot be discounted as a factor. Further, we must acknowledge that MP ministers' ability to influence the accountability metrics that hold the government officials accountable broadly. Jamaicans are famously dissatisfied with the metrics of holding politicians accountable. We all know that's true. One recalls the backlash from the suspension of the office of the political ombudsman and the lack of a rigid accountability policy in Parliament. It surely paints a sordid picture when the legislature, under the heavy influence of an encroaching executive, is unable to produce systems of accountability that would keep those same members of the executive under check. On the fundamental level, it is inadvisable to allow the executive to formulate the laws and metrics that ought to hold them accountable. Indeed, it is in the best interest of cabinet ministers to dampen the efforts in the legislature to create effective anti-corruption metrics and the like. Opposition may ask then, doesn't the entwinement of both branches allow for a mutual accountability? The simple answer is no. If anything, it breeds a mutual spirit of non-accountability. The tried and proven way we've established to keep these branches in check is the doctrine of separation of powers. The legislature is subject to the interpretation and enforcement of the law by the judiciary and the executive. Likewise, the executive is answerable to the laws created by the legislature and interpreted by the judiciary. Equilibrium. To conclude, I ask the panel to consider the status quo. Constituencies falling into disrepair and ministries operating essentially at the pace of their permanent secretaries. At the base level, as my second speaker will explain, these are some of the direct negative influences of the existing convention. Moreover, the actions of over-empowered politicians, particularly cabinet ministers, have marred our government with corruption. This, in turn, has fostered a culture of distrust in the Jamaican people. Regardless of the points this debate turns on, it has been firmly concretized that this convention harbors some inherent negatives, and the proposition's alternate system allows for an equitable distribution. The proposition's alternate system allows for an equitable distribution of power and a transparent, accountable government. Therefore, we will win this debate. I'll take any points from opposition if they have any.
While it is true that the convention blurs the line between executive and legislative branches, it can also promote better coordination and cooperation between both branches. By having MP serve as cabinet minister, it can ensure policy decisions are rooted in the understanding of parliamentary dynamics.
Okay. Yes, that is true, but there already are systems that allow for interconnectedness and mutuality in the branches. That is in the fact that they have to respect each other for laws to pass. If the executive wants to enforce certain laws, they have to ensure that they treat the legislature right and the laws are written. If the judiciary wants to interpret laws to the fairness and equitability of the people, they must treat the executive and the legislature properly such that the laws are written in an equitable way. So we see where the encroaching and the joining of branches of government only has negative influences or most negative influences, and the separation of powers that is purest state has been supported theoretically for hundreds of years and is the best course of action. Thank you so much.
and invite the first opposition speaker to make some rebuttals and to bring forward her case.
Can you imagine? You make your way to the electoral grounds. You dip your finger in blue ink, finally grasping substantial representation for your needs and the needs of your community, only to be devastated by the knowledge that your proposition leader, Mr. White and team, advanced a policy motion disregarding your voice as a citizen of Jamaica. Esteemed judges, astute opponents, teammates, and audience, good morning. The opposition stands resolute in refuting the regret of the convention, whereby sitting members of parliament may be cabinet ministers. This House believes that a member of parliament is an elected representative of specific constituencies sitting in the House of Representatives. MPs participate in legislative debates, propose and vote on laws, and hold the government accountable on behalf of the people. On the other hand, cabinet ministers are appointed by the Prime Minister from among the elected MPs. They are responsible for specific government ministries by implementing government policies. Now, what is the common ground between these two vital offices? Simple: the people. This foregrounds the inadequacy of the affirmatives argument. The members of parliament represent these people. Adjudicators, imagine a cabinet devoid of a direct representative of the people. Sure, the proposition will argue on the issue of diversity. However, it is remiss of you to forget that the cabinet is inherently supplied with political advisors, competent and learned individuals equipped with degrees in each area of ministry to guide the decisions of MPs. The proposition wishes to convince us, therefore, that our constitutional right to select who makes our laws and policies, Mr. Speaker, that we, the citizens of Jamaica, should not have a say in holding these people accountable, denied. It is not by chance that the crafters of the Constitution molded it in such a way to ensure that the franchise is exercised in a democratic manner. The proposition wishes to feed us blasphemy in suggesting what the opposition sees to be a dictatorship. If our cabinet ministers are not elected as MPs, then there is no accountability in our leaders. The only alternative to members of parliament is the Senate, who, if controls the cabinet, will have absolute power and no way to remove them from office in the event of malfeasance, abuse of power, or inefficient governance. This leads us to establish the second point, contending issues of corruption in MPs. Judges, it is absurd that the proposition would suggest that MPs should not serve on account of corruption. Yes, the opposition agrees that parliamentarians can be corrupt. I too am guilty of complaining of the corruption in Jamaican politics. However, adjudicators, corruption exists in every facet of the Jamaican experience. To remove the convention is not only an extraneous act, but would produce inconsequential results, as all it would do is perpetuate a system of corruption, except, unlike MPs who are held accountable by the public and can be voted out by the constituency, any other alternative proposed by my contenders would have an almost dictatorship regime. Not accepted at this time. Whether the proposition takes cabinet ministers from the public or private sector would worsen the current situation. In reference to the Integrity Commission's annual report, Jamaica Observer shows as at March 31st, 2023, they recorded a 71% compliance rate for public officials and a whopping 92% compliance rate for parliamentarians with respect to the requirement to file statutory declarations. Ladies and gentlemen,
The Integrity Commission's report clearly outlines that parliamentarians are in more compliance with integrity standards than other public sector workers. So, if the government were to replace the requirement to cabinet from MPs to outside individuals, the issue of corruption would grow worse. And yes, Mr. Speaker, this disparity extends to the private sector as well. Unlike members of parliament, the private sector is not held accountable to the public. In fact, the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, President Distant affirms, and I quote, "We know the private individuals are deeply involved in corruption. It would be naive to think that they aren't." Proposition: it is considerably naive of you to believe that corruption would not persist in other alternatives to parliamentarians in the cabinet. It is outrageous even to suggest such an argument, given the fact that other alternatives have a higher risk of being corrupt and abusing their power without the safeguard of the people voting them out of office. And my keen, not accepted, and my keen audience, you are well aware of this also. Take, for example, the scandal at SSL with Miss Jean Ann Panton, who allegedly stole millions upon millions of dollars for a span of 10 years. The proposition will also challenge MPs on the basis of efficient governance, and qualifications. But let us examine some statistical evidence that debunks their claim. 1, Mr. Trevor Macmillan, former JDF member who was appointed Minister of National Security as a senator. The murder rate during his tenure in 2007 to 2011 was approximately 45 to 60 violent homicides per 100,000 population. Compared to an MP, Mr. Peter Bunting, in the subsequent period of 2012 to 2016, saw great improvements from 39 to 47 homicides per 100,000 population. 2, Audley Shaw recruited Dan Wavy, a civilian, to work alongside him in the cabinet to stabilize the economy. There was no growth in that period. 3, the Firearm Licensing Authority, whose entire board was dissolved, including a former senator from the private sector. 4, past Senator Ruel Reid, who stole over 50 million Jamaican dollars, an abysmal failure to the cabinet. On the other hand, MPs with their ministry of competent political advisors are scrutinized by the Integrity Commission, the Contractor General, Auditor General, and much more. This ensures, therefore, extreme accountability, along with security from dictatorship, abuse of power, biases, and resolves the issue of competence within the cabinet. It is clear, therefore, that the proposition is misinformed. We maintain our stance that this House does not regret the convention. I thank you.
The case for Team Cornwall.
Whenever everybody, okay. Being either a member of parliament or cabinet minister has their responsibilities that come along with the post. The primary role of an MP is to represent their respective constituents, and all others fall under that primary role. The MP is expected to represent his or her constituents by voting on important bills in parliament and raise their concerns so their voice may be heard. On the other hand, the role of a cabinet minister is to direct government policy in their respective ministries, discuss national policy, which pertain to their respective ministries, and finally, to present bills. Though both roles are burdensome, the role of a cabinet minister is not only burdensome, it also requires expertise in the respective ministry that the cabinet minister holds. A cabinet minister may not know everything that there is to a ministry, and side proposition acknowledges that. But panel, we beg for more than just the bare minimum. Our cabinet currently has scantily scattered expertise throughout the ministries. We have a medical doctor as a minister of national security, but then we have a minister with a doctorate in business administration being the Minister of National Health. Then it leads to a system where even though there are experts in the cabinet, they are sitting in the wrong fields. Now, although our stance is rigid, we are not ignorant of the fact that these ministers will have teams working behind the scenes to advise them. But is it a case where we have no experience enough medical doctors to be ministers of national health? Is there not a single well-trained individual who would be best able to understand the ropes of national security? In status quo, and the world that opposition of so strongly defends, ministers are nothing more than a mere middleman between his advisor and the prime minister, and this is extremely sluggish. And yes, we expect proposition to say that the country has not burned down or split in half with these unqualified ministers. But if we were doing so well with the unqualified ministers, then imagine a world with experts in the area, not accepted at this point in time, in the area, someone ready to tackle any problem immediately. Panel, opposition tries to sway you to into believing that their world is good. And sure, we can make them believe that doing the bare minimum and not having the country in complete shambles is good. But even then, we're still better. Opposition world calls for a small pool of expertise that the party leaders to make up the cabinet from. And this leads to a slower moving cabinet due to their ministers lacking the understanding of the field that the party leader has not placed them in. Not too long ago, my first speaker would have raised the point that allowing sitting members of parliament to be cabinet ministers breeds neglect. MPs can't handle managing their ministries and constituencies at the same time. I will give an example, and I quote from Carl Samuda. It is much more difficult to serve your constituency as a minister. I will further add, many cabinet ministers who also serve as MPs abandon their posts in their constituencies to focus on their respective ministry. For instance, Christopher Tufton, who studied at the UE, proved that he was booted because of neglect due to ministerial duties. Furthermore, not accepted, then proceed to justify his behavior by saying their post as cabinet minister is burdensome, so this is somehow a justification for neglecting their constituency. This trope is all too common with the examples I've previously stated. But just so the opposition can understand, I'll be using East Central St. James for reference. The MP for East Central St. James is Edmund Bartlett, who also happens to be the tourism minister. I am sure at least one person in opposition is from that constituency. When his constituents need him, he's nowhere to be found, perhaps always fulfilling his role as tourism minister. The constituents who are then reasonably angry become silenced by him, as after all, it is not his fault. He has to be away fulfilling his role as tourism minister, and the constituents should have some understanding for the person who fails to represent them. To further mechanize this point, let us look at individual responsibilities of either post again, using Minister Favour Williams as reference. As Minister of Education, she is expected to attend cabinet meetings and manage the Ministry of Education. Mind you, the ministry must operate within 3 zones across the nation and monitor approximately 402,635 students across 872 schools. Not to mention the civil servants, education officers, teachers, administrative staffs, ancillary staff, etc. That must also be considered. Additionally, as Member of Parliament for St. Andrew Eastern, which has a population of roughly 42,205 people, as MP, she must attend regular scheduled meetings of the House of Representatives. She is liable to be selected for special committees. We cannot reasonably expect one person to competently complete the broad reach of both these posts. To wrap this up, I would like to touch on our main point, The fact that permitting MPs to be sitting cabinet ministers allows for the executive to co-opt a gross sum of governing power, which may lead to lack of accountability, misallocations of funds, and other improprieties can occur when someone is given the powers of an MP and minister. As my first speaker would have said, Montesquieu said it best. Political liberty is to be found only when there is no abuse of power, but constant experience shows us that every man invested with power is liable to abuse it, and to carry his authority as far as it will go. Since 2016, the people who make up the cabinet haven't changed much, only reshuffled, regardless of their level of competency. For years, these individuals have held onto their power, and it doesn't seem they will be letting it go, and this means these individuals who currently make up our parliament have a lot of power vested in them and are liable to abuse that power. A cabinet minister who serves as sitting member of parliament is too powerful, and in a modern democratic society like Jamaica, there is no room for that. We have seen where this level of unchecked power has led to corruption in turn, leading the Jamaican people to lose trust in their government. And as an example, opposition leaders said she even complains about her own government. This was evident a few years ago with Ruel Reid, then Minister of Education. I'm sure we all know his story. That case is not isolated, and it has happened before and will continue to happen if we do not work to curb this issue. Not accepted. In any country that is truly democratic, each branch of government checks on the other, so no single branch accumulates too much power. And Jamaica must adopt this principle by rejecting the convention whereby sitting members of parliament can also be cabinet ministers. I rest my case.
All right, we now invite the third opposition speaker to present the final substantive case. The second opposition speaker to present her substantive case.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and fellow debaters. On my opponent's point on the role being burdensome for members of parliament and cabinet ministers, we disagree because there is a concept called delegation where they can ask for help in certain instances, as well as on the point of expertise. Members of parliament bring different advantages to the role of cabinet ministers, and they have better expertise in a political frame. Now, my team and I stand firm in the belief that sitting members of parliament should also be granted the opportunity to become cabinet ministers. If it were that the proposition becomes successful in passing this motion, it would not only devastate the democracy of this great nation, as mentioned by our first speaker, but also destroy the very governmental structure of the country as we know it. It is crucial to examine the motion's potential consequences on the carefully crafted policies implemented by our government. Cabinet members who are also sitting members of parliament have a direct understanding of the needs and concerns of their constituents. This first-hand knowledge can help in designing and implementing policies that are better aligned with the interests of the people they represent. Their dual roles allow for a closer connection between policy making and its practical application, ensuring that government decisions are informed by the underground realities faced by their constituencies. This can be seen in the Roadmap for Sustainable Development Goals, approved by the Cabinet in June 2017. The ministers of parliament have heard the cries of the people in their constituencies. We want justice. We can't afford the light. We don't have running water. In an effort to answer the calls for equity, the members of parliament have integrated the Sustainable Development Goals into the 2030 vision. The plan presents a strategic roadmap for Jamaica to become a developed country, which in a sense is what a policy is. The goals include no hunger, no poverty, quality education, renewable energy, just to name a few. In comparison with the United States that has no member of parliament to represent a constituency, complaints often go overlooked. This is proven in a 2022 poll by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, which revealed that 75% not accepted. which revealed that 75% of Americans experienced extreme weather events in the past 5 years, with 25% suffering significant health issues as a result. This was due to the formation of policies like redlining, which caused neighborhood segregation and contributed to their vulnerability to climate change impacts. If, and I repeat, if they had members of parliament creating equitable policies, there would be a greater chance of addressing these challenges. This is not to say that policies are solely crafted by cabinet members. They involve a diverse group of participants. As citizens of Jamaica, we should have a voice in the government's plan and their impact on society as a whole. We should have a say in who approves these policies. Allowing members of parliament to become cabinet members strengthens this argument, as it enables citizens to actively participate in decision-making processes of the country and the formulation of new policies. Not only does this present system allow for better policy implementation, it also creates a stronger executive and legislative relationship. Cabinet members who are also members of parliament can effectively communicate and advocate for government policies within the legislative body. This can lead to better collaboration, cooperation, and understanding between the two branches of government, ultimately resulting in more effective policy making and governance. Now, if we take a look at the discord that happens when members of parliament have nothing to do with cabinet, when they do not share common ground or understand the workings of the executive and the legislature. Take the United States, for example. The system is designed with a separation of powers between the executive branch, headed by the president, and the legislative branch, composed of Congress. There have been instances of political gridlock and clashes between two branches. No government is perfect, but there comes a problem when the executive and legislative lack solidarity and collaboration. That is why it is imperative this motion is not successful. The essence of a prosperous nation resides in the collective pursuit of a shared goal and purpose. Distinguished audience, what is the proposition trying to say? When we have no members of parliament becoming cabinet members, what will be the alternative? Will there be a motion to introduce a presidential system of government where the executive and legislative branches are separate, where the president's office is fixed with no political accountability to the legislator or no reliance on political party support? I leave it to your imagination to foresee the problems that could arise if a president goes unchecked.
Point of information.
Accepted.
You said that delegation exists and persons don't have to do all responsibilities. Are you aware that it's illegal for public functionaries to delegate certain responsibilities?
Certain responsibilities. Yes. Certain responsibilities are illegal, but while they can do some delegation, they can delegate some that they cannot do at that time, so they have more time to focus on their constituency as well as executive roles in parliament. Okay. Or do my opponents believe in acquiring cabinet members from outside of parliament? If so, who chooses these new leaders of our country? If the Prime Minister can appoint non-legislators to ministerial office, then it becomes possible to appoint family and friends as ministers, regardless of their qualifications and suitability. This may be prevented in countries where legislators are chosen by election. I would like to emphasize, ladies and gentlemen, that when a system or process is operating at its best, there is minimal value in pursuing unnecessary alterations. Thank you.
We'll now invite the third opposition speaker to take the stand.
I'll begin in 3, 2, 1. Panel, debaters, and esteemed guests. Greetings. My name is Tequan Ellis, and as the third proposition speaker, I will be explaining why I am still proud to be proposing this motion. My task today is simple. I'll summarize my side of the House's arguments, clarify any clashes between the Houses, and prove why you should vote for the proposition. But before I begin my speech, I'd like to talk about some points that opposition would have touched on. So first of all, they stated that abuse of power would be that there would be an abuse of power and leading to a dictatorship because we don't have people holding our executive accountable. But that's simply not true. We have a lot of independent bodies holding our executive accountable, and there's no way that we can prove that the executive would fall into a dictatorship because there will always be bodies and checks and balances to keep these people in place and keep everything in balance. They were also cherry picking. They were cherry picking casual accusations because opposition. What if I were to say that when Christopher Tufton was Minister of Health, deaths rose because of extreme sickness? I can't just state that simply because that time deaths rose. I can't say that he was the direct cause of it, but he did have more deaths due to sickness than any other non-MP minister. Now, I'll discuss the clashes in this House. The two main clashes we have were the fact that does side proposition or side opposition have more corruption? And more corruption, it lays on side opposition. Why? My first speaker explained how an MP minister may manipulate two offices, while opposition made a wild claim that an executive is some sort of dictatorial government. This does not make any sense at all. There, accepted.
That was not what we meant. We said executive, when it's completely separate from the legislative, can form what were you saying?
Okay, thank you.
Can form.
So maybe they didn't say there would be a dictatorial government, but they still mentioned that they would have some kind of extreme power and they would be abusing this power. But there are systems to keep these people accountable. There are always systems to keep ministers accountable. As my first speaker said, the branches are supposed to be a check on each other. Secondly, the next clash question is, do we have more expertise on our side? And the answer is yes, we have more expertise on the side proposition, simply because they stated that an MP would be able to listen to the voices of their constituents. This is false. They don't have time to listen to their constituents. They're a minister and an MP. They have to prioritize one job, and which job would they prioritize other than the job of being a minister and running the field that they're in for the entire country rather than just a simple constituency? And we see this with Dr. Christopher Tufton. He got voted out as an MP solely because he wasn't listening to his constituents. Accepted.
That actually clarifies our point that they are held accountable by the people who vote them into office.
Okay, thank you.
We're lack standing in that point.
So I don't believe that, and even if you're stating that they're being held accountable by the people, ministers are still held accountable by the people. We're always looking at ministers. We're always going to hold them accountable. There are many bodies holding them accountable. Side opposition. The proposition has made numerous points with substantial evidence. Firstly, my Prime Minister already stated how this convention has contravened the separation of powers and nullified the system that should hold these ministers accountable. Proposition believes that there is simply too much power being invested in this single person. And to paraphrase Roy Moore, the bottom line of a constitution should be to keep powers separated, and it is important to understand why these powers are separated.
Point of information.
Power, not accepted at this point. And it is because power is a breeding ground for corruption and for them to abuse their power. And as long as these ministers feel as if they are above the law, they will believe that they are able to break it. Now, my deputy PM has stated how the nullification of the system of checks and balances leads to a lethargic House of Representatives. When an MP is also a cabinet minister, they may prioritize one job more than the other, and that would most likely be their ministry. In this system, the MP will neglect his constituency and nullify his role as member of parliament. Arguably, they know they have won the race for both offices already, so there is nothing to work for again until the next general election. Additionally, with the cabinet having to be made up of members of the legislature, this leads to a small pool of qualified qualified persons for certain ministries, and hence a lack of expertise in the fields that these ministers would be placed in. This expertise is important as the country is depending on these persons to understand to a great extent the area that they are placed in. Although no one person can know everything that there is to a field, is it a case where the minister is just serving as a middleman between his advisor and the prime minister? We are not asking that the minister know everything, but rather enough. When we have a medical doctor being the Minister of National Security, are we using the talents in the right fields? And the proposition has advanced a case that was substantially warranted and has proved to you why the convention whereby sitting members of parliament are able to be cabinet ministers is regrettable, and that is why I am proud to be on this side of the house, and that's why you should cast your ballot for a side proposition.
Thank you very much for that spirited speech. We now invite the third speaker from the Montego Bay High School for Girls to close out the substantive part of the debate on her side.
Honorable adjudicators, members of the affirmative, fellow loyalists of the opposition, viewers at home, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Before I begin to you, I must make reference to the point made by the third speaker, where he said that senators will still be held accountable. However, in the Constitution, we are aware that there have been no provisions, no constitutional right to remove a senator from office. As such, this House stands before you as the devil's advocate, undaunted and cemented against the regret of the convention whereby sitting members of parliament may be cabinet ministers. The proposition's view presupposes to straitjacket the accountability on parliament, to place restrictions on the vox populi, to place restrictions on your representative, to dismiss a member to dismiss a member of parliament from a seat in cabinet causes political setbacks. And this is not only to the member of parliament himself, but also to the constituents. Ladies and gentlemen, are we to deny these individuals of their political authority? As my first and second speaker averred in their primal points, the removal of MPs from cabinet would radically elicit greater faults and fallacy. It is currently clear-cut. The inclusion of MPs in the cabinet provides integrated controls and cooperative division, as it creates precisely the executive and legislative branches to not be separated, but to depend on each other for political survival. Advocacy of the void of members of parliament in the cabinet, it attunes to the constraints of diverse range of perspectives. It contunes to the constraints of voices during policy formation, and this ultimately strains the democratic process. Ladies and gentlemen, I must return your attention to the excellent point made by my second speaker. The members of parliament are an executive instrument to Jamaica. As such, these members of parliament must be individuals who have won the hearts of the general public and enables you to engage in the decision-making process of Jamaica. The formation of policies of Jamaica as well. Definitely proposition. We agree that individuals such as doctors may bring forth expertise, but this is a world of politics, ladies and gentlemen. And in the world of politics, a politician is who knows best. Is the proposition to assume that our nation is being run by headless chickens? Need I remind you, MPs bring forth the ideas of individuals such as ministries who are equipped in a plethora of bachelors and such as political advisors. As such, the supersedence of these representatives would be inessential. Consequently, this notion prompts me to raise light on the issue of efficiency. Efficiency in governance is an indication of the ability of MPs to successfully and swiftly shepherd their agenda. On the premise, one can conceive the degree of efficiency of governance directly to and proportionate of the strategic coordination Mr. Parliamentarian has in the cabinet. as it also gives rise to conditions comparable to those under which power becomes concentrated rather than dispersed. We may draw an illustrative illustration with this with Mr. Parliamentarian himself, the representative you sought to elect, the representative who is your voice, a man who is able to implement agenda, a man who is able to respond to your emerging issues, a man with devotion, a man with power and duty to the service of our nation. Similarly to him, adjudicators and audience, the reason we are here is to affirm the greatness of our nation and is to ensure the reality of Jamaican citizens is being reflected in our society. Not to recoil on a system that gives you the power to elect and reject, not to recoil because of the fear of corruption or fallacy. This is the premise of this debate, ladies and gentlemen. Are we to yield to a system that uses democracy as cynicism, or are we to yield to a democracy of unity, representation, and accountability? I have proved my point.
Thank you very much for that. At this time, we will take a minute break to allow for the completion of the reply speeches, after which we'll take the opposition reply speaker with the proposition reply speaker following. All right, that is a minute elapsed. We'll now invite the opposition reply speaker. Here, here.
If men were angels, there would be no need for the vox populi. Ladies and gentlemen, what the proposition has shown us is a utopian deception, a fallacy rooted in fear and misinformation. Their arguments presented are inferior, with lack of research and credibility. Think about it. The reality of the Jamaican society must reflect the reality of the citizens. In a perfect Jamaica, there would be a perfect separation of powers. But we must be practical in our approach, a tactic the proposition has not acquired. Their claim suggests that MPs are not qualified representatives for the given role. However, we have rebutted their ignorance with factual evidence of teams of bona fide ministries to guide the decisions of the MPs. The alternatives propounded by the affirmative are merely optimistic in nature, with guarantees to detrimental results. Do not be swayed, adjudicators, by tonality, nor shouting confidence from the proposition without statistical reality. If our nation is to adopt a strict policy posited by my opponents, who will be the beneficiary? Whether it be a reliance on the Senate or a reliance on a presidency, both are pathetic strides in assuring the comfort and sustainability of the Jamaican people, as the Constitution does not allow for the removal of the Senate, which eradicates the proposition's cherry-picking and clutching at straws. The opposition is empathetic with the concerns and involvement of the public. There must be a trusted representative given power by the masses to effectively voice their needs. If we remove the voice of the people, we have no voice. Therefore, we pose these questions. Will the regret of MPs in cabinet solicit unnecessary destruction to the Jamaican society? Yes. Will the regret of MPs in cabinet act as a driving force for corruption and remove accountability? Yes. Will the regret of MPs in cabinet diminish citizens' influence in policy making? Yes. Will the regret of MPs in cabinet work as a catalyst for insularity and non-collaboration between the legislative and executive? Absolutely. These questions demystify why the proposition's argument has lost. Adjudicators, the opposition heeds you not to regret the conventional topic to this debate. I rest my case.
And finally, we invite the proposition reply speaker to close out this debate.
Panel, I ask you to consider the spirit of this motion and a very important word, regret. I would have clarified the burdens of side opposition at the top of the debate. Firstly, to defend the existing system, and two, to prove how it has had benefits on the Jamaican society. Opposition has accepted the benefits of the long-supported theory of separation of powers, and also they have accepted the negative of the existing system, which is the neglect of constituencies. In fact, they barely addressed it. I want you to note that properly. But they do offer a very important question. What of representation? As my third speaker have mentioned, in the form of him saying bodies keeping people accountable, the media is always watching ministers. And of course, there's always outreach. I know for a fact that there are many senators who go out of their way looking for persons to engage with and having persons inform their policy making. And the policy making as well, we must acknowledge that cabinet ministers aren't pulling this out of nowhere. If you believe that in the separation of powers that we have established that there's going to be a great lack of persons do not talk to other members of the branch of government, then that is simply unacceptable, and I think we can't let you get away with. They speak, and of course there are Capri reports, there are reports from information centers. The question of accountability. They simply don't understand the scope of separation of powers. If there's a strong separation and each branch is properly empowered, there is not going to be any one branch that has all the power. As I said earlier in my first speech, legislative has to respect executive or laws won't be enforced. Executive has to respect judiciary or laws won't be interpreted. And once again, with accountability, the media being on their case all the time. The Integrity Commission, the National Integrity Action, and of course, international watchguards to ensure that we are on best practice. Then the question of efficiency. We have a greater pool to pick from in our world where cabinet ministers are not MPs, because you have the entirety of Jamaica and a part of the Senate as well that we can pick from, as opposed to just the House of Representatives. And we're not going to buy into a world where the Minister of National Security is a medical doctor. Obviously, efficiency is greater on our side. But I move on to the burdens now again for side opposition. What are our burdens? To dismantle the existing system and prove that it has caused harm, and that is regretful. We've done that, and we've actually put forward a counter policy in the form of separation of powers to prove that a greater system does exist, and we've proved how opposition rather has failed to accomplish their goals. For these reasons alone, panel and viewers at home, we have won this debate. Please cast your ballot in favor of Cornwall College and side proposition.
Thank you very much for that. I must say that this was an excellent debate. We thoroughly enjoyed it. The judges will now excuse themselves to deliberate and return to you with a verdict in a reasonable amount of time. All right, welcome back, welcome back. After long and arduous and contentious deliberation among the judges, we have returned with a unanimous consensus. So before I tell you who won the debate, let me tell you what happened in the debate. First of all, we want to applaud both teams. We thought they did an extraordinary job. They made the judges' job very difficult. So, this debate focused largely around the separation of power, naturally. We heard certain clashes in the debates. We heard a lot of peripheral arguments that we thought had a lot of weight from both sides of the bench, but we're going to focus on the clashes that we identified. So the first clash we identified was the clash of corruption, right? In which world do we get the best mitigation to corruption? We hear from Team Cornwall College that when we have the legislative and the executive branch working together in one particular harmony, then that breeds some level of corruption in as much as the legislative branch cannot check the executive branch. We thought that argument was very convincing, but what we heard from Team Montego Bay is that in any world, you're bound to have corruption. In as much as you have any amount of power in status quo, corruption is bound to happen. So what matters is whether or not the individual people have the opportunity to come and curb that kind of corruption, to serve as that check and balance. And what we saw from them is that they said, in as much as MPs are elected by the people, then they have an incentive to remove individuals from that particular spirit of power if it is that they so require, right? So let me see if I can clarify that a little bit more. In as much that the people who vote these MPs into power have the ability to remove them, then they are less likely to want to cause a kind of corruption, that kind of inflation between the legislative and the executive. And we thought that was a convincing argument. We saw putting the ability of checks and powers in the hands of the people ultimately was worthwhile. So in that regard, we think we would give the cause of corruption to Team Opposition. We also heard from Team Proposition that when we have the conflation of legislative and executive, there simply is not enough time to go around, enough capacity in order for both to be dealt with at once. We hear that there's going to be a prioritization of either the executive or the legislative. In as much as that argument was not sufficiently contradicted or rebutted by Team Montego Bay High for Girls, we would have given that win to Proposition. We thought that that was a convincing argument. Lastly, we had the question of whether or not we want the people who have a particular skill set, who have an expertise in a particular area, to be our cabinet ministers, to be leading out that particular field. Certainly, we heard from Team Proposition that is exactly what we want. We don't necessarily want an individual with a computer science degree heading up the Ministry of National Security or the Ministry of Health. We thought that was a convincing argument. However, it came out from, I believe it was the second proposition member, that we don't need them to be experts in and of themselves. We need them to just have enough knowledge. We thought that undermined the case on your part by making that admission. In as much as opposition says, listen, what you need in this particular situation is not a person who is expert in health or national security, because there are teams that exist, there are ministries and permanent secretaries and all of that to help them. What you need at a point in time is somebody who is versed in political warfare, somebody who can lobby and do what is necessary on the political scene. And in as much as you would have admitted that all you need is someone with enough expertise to lead up cabinet ministries, and in as much as Team Opposition would have said what we need isn't necessarily somebody with in-depth critical knowledge of that ministry, as they have their teams to support them, what we need is somebody with a political expertise, we would have given that win to Team Montego Bay for Girls. So, with all that said, the judges concluded that the team that won this debate is Montego Bay High School. So, of course, we are always open if you disagree or agree. If you disagree or agree with our oral adjudication, we're always open to defend our stance. The best debater in this match also came from Team Montego Bay High School for Girls. And that would have been the first speaker. When we factored in as well the social media votes for the fan favorite, we just saw that Montego Bay High School for Girls also received the win in that regard. All right, so with that, we close out this debate. Oh, the margin of the win was very insignificant. Before the fan favorite vote, it was a 3-point difference, if I remember correctly. Right. A very, very, very close match. So with that, we close out this round 1A.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and especially to our viewing audience on social media. Welcome. This is the second match for Zone B in the hashtag Afiu Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. My name is Jermaine Barrett. I will be the chair adjudicator for this match. And with me are two gentlemen, highly capable and competent at adjudicating. I'll allow them now to introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, I am Xavier McFarlane and I'll be adjudicating this match.
Good afternoon everyone. I am Onel Bailey and I will be adjudicating this match as well.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we have two, I think, titanic teams, two very strong teams here to contest an exciting motion. Of course, we have on-side proposition, the great institution, Your Castle High School, and not to be outdone, similarly great, Herbert Morrison will be opposing. At this time, I'm going to invite one of my judges to announce the motion.
The motion for this proceeding reads, this house would eliminate religious sacraments in state activities, for example, parliamentary sittings, official state functions, etc. I'll read again. This house would eliminate religious sacraments in state activities, such as parliamentary sittings, official state functions, etc.
Now, for our viewing audience, this is not just a passive exercise. You don't just watch. You get to have a say in the outcome of the match. So at the end of the match, we invite you to use the link provided and vote up your team. It could be the team that presents the most persuasive arguments in your estimation, or it could be the team that's aligned to the school that you support. Vote, right? I would definitely want you to vote because the team that wins that voting contest will get an automatic 5 points, and those 5 points may very well determine the outcome of the match. Now, there are a few rules. The teams are very much familiar with them, but you might not be so familiar, so I'll go through them with you now. The speaker times. The first speaker per team is allotted 8 minutes, the second speaker 7 minutes, the third speaker 5 minutes, and the reply speaker 3 minutes. There are periods of protected time. That's the first minute and the last minute per speech. And of course, points of information are allowed within the allotted time. That's after the first minute, but before the last minute of the speech. The judges will indicate by an audible sound, or a sound actually, the protected time. So when you hear one ding of a bell, it means that you have spoken for 1 minute. When you hear another ding of that bell, it means that you have 1 minute remaining. 2 dings of the bell in quick succession signals that you're out of time, but you might hear that midway you're completing a thought, an idea, a sentence, so we afford you 10 seconds extra within which to complete that thought and conclude your debate speech. Debaters, are there any questions?
No, sir.
No, so there be no questions. I will now take my leave from this lectern, and the next time you hear my voice, it will be to have the debate started. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to commence our debate. At this time, I invite from Your Castle High School, the first speaker. Hear, hear.
In the interest of time, I will begin in 3, 2, 1. Honorable adjudicators, members of the opposition, my teammates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Ashanti Brown, and I am the first speaker for the affirmative team. The motion under which we gather today is, this House would eliminate religious sacraments in state activities. For the purposes of the motion, the word eliminate would mean to completely remove or get rid of. This House defines religious sacraments as any action that is performed with a religious element or significance, such as prayers, singings, recitals, etc. State activities would be defined as government functions which are not only of local but national interest, which the public would have been concerned about. The proposition is of the view that religious sacraments are best removed from state activities for a more inclusive society. As first speaker, I will confidently lay a solid foundation for my fellow teammates, ultimately concluding the stance of removing religious sacraments from state activities. Today, I will be discussing 3 main points. My first one being that removing religious sacraments in state activities provides for equality and inclusivity for Jamaicans. Secondly, it upholds the principle of separation of church and state. And thirdly, it helps to avoid religious conflict and discrimination. My second speaker will expound on other important points, such as the fact that the removal of religious sacraments is more in keeping with international human rights standards, and also that the government needs to focus on its core responsibilities. My third speaker will introduce one substantive point, after which she will rebut and sum up our team's case. The first point I will discuss today is the efficiency of equality and inclusivity by the government as it relates to religion. Because religion is a sensitive and personal topic that affects many people, the proposition believes that the government should remain neutral and maintain an equal ground to ensure mutual benefit and acceptance by all religious members or anti-religious groups. The most sacred legal document is the Constitution of Jamaica, which proposes the view that we're all entitled to certain fundamental rights and freedoms regardless of our gender, race, place of origin, social class, color, religion, creed, or political opinion. Most religious sacraments, if not all, are aligned to the Christian religion. Whereas most Jamaicans may in fact be of Christian faith, this should not, in and of itself, be a determinative factor in the religious sacraments that are allowed to be carried on in state activities. Jamaica has over 7 major religions: Christianity, Judaism, Rastafarianism, among others. If in fact we are all Jamaicans, and if all Jamaicans have equality and equal representation, why is it that the state only practices Christian religious sacraments, or any other sacrament for that matter? Christianity is the most dominant because it was forced on us in slavery. But Jamaica gained independence in 1962, which means that the country is free and that the state can make its own decisions. If the country speaks of equality and freedom, then all religions should be equally represented in state activities, or the state should be neutral towards everything religion-related. Why isn't there representation in parliament for Rastafarians, Hindus, or Muslims? The proposition envisions a society where both major and minor religions can be equally regarded. I know the opposition might be asking, what does Christianity have to do with the removal of religious sacraments from state activities? The removal is warranted against the basis of a disproportionate overrepresentation of Christianity in state activities where we profess to be living in an equitable and inclusive society. Secondly, you might be saying that there are other societies where religious sacraments are practiced in state activities which has constitutions mirroring ours. The proposition believes that this would be the defining moment to not only have the concept of equality and inclusivity being only rhetoric, but also have it manifested in state activities. Secondly, this House firmly believes that religious sacraments should be eliminated from state activities because of the principle of separation of church and state. The separation of church and state is a fundamental principle that ensures religious institutions and government remain independent of each other. The inclusion of religious sacraments in state activities could be seen as an endorsement of a particular religion by the government, which is a violation of the principle of neutrality. Government should not endorse, favor, or enforce one religious belief over any other because they cannot make laws related to the establishment of a religion, nor can they restrict the free expression of religious beliefs. It is imperative that the state remains neutral on matters of religion and does not promote or endorse any particular religion. If the inclusion of one specific religion can cause a breach between the church and state, why should there be a problem in removing religious sacraments from state activities? This House strongly believes that eliminating religious sacraments from state activities will ensure that the government remains independent from religious institutions and that all citizens are treated equally regardless of their religion. Finally, eliminating religious sacraments from state activities is an important step towards preventing religious conflict and discrimination in Jamaica. Religion is a deeply personal matter, and the state should not be involved in promoting or favoring one religion over the other. By eliminating religious sacraments, the state can ensure that all citizens are treated equally and without discrimination. This would help create a more inclusive and tolerant society where everyone is free to practice their own religion without interference from the state. Additionally, religious sacraments can be a source of conflict between different religious groups, leading to tensions and even violence. Mr. Speaker, permit me to direct your attention to an incident that took place 5 years ago in this very same country. In 2019, a group of Rastafarians protested the recitation of a Christian prayer at the beginning of a parliamentary sitting, arguing that it excluded those who do not share the same beliefs. This incident highlights the potential for religious sacraments in state activities to be exclusionary and discriminatory. A collateral consequence of such policy would also aid in buttressing our constitutional right to freedom of religion or conscience, in that the state would be clearly stating that it has no right to select one religious sacrament to the exclusion of other religions. This House envisions a society, a state, where every religion is regarded and respected, a country where everyone is included. And that is why the proposition is of the view that religious sacraments are best removed from state activities for a more peaceful, tolerant, and inclusive society. I rest my case. Thank you.
We are indeed delighted at that very spirited opening. Thank you very much, first proposition speaker. We now call upon the first opposition speaker to present a response. Hear, hear.
Speaker of the House, honored adjudicators, respected members of the opposition, my team members, good morning. I am Matthew Douglas, and I will be the first speaker for the opposition. My team stands firm in its belief that religious sacraments are to remain within state activities and that the arguments for the removal are unfounded and potentially damaging to the framework of our society. Religious sacraments, as defined by the House, similarly to how my opponents had put it, are religious practices that are done, such as prayers or swearing on the Bible while taking an oath and so forth. State activities are any official activities of the government or activities endorsed by the state, such as parliamentary sittings or other official state functions. And to eliminate would be the complete removal of this practice. First, I must emphasize the first point of my team. The use of religious sacraments in state activities is of great traditional and historical significance. Secondly, it is popular and valued by the people. And thirdly, it is in no way oppressive or forced upon the population, as my opponents would have you believe. My second speaker would be examining the point that religious sacraments, and by extension, religion, is a fundamental aspect of Jamaican culture. And my third speaker will be looking at religious sacraments as it is, do not affect the administration of proper governance. Thus, in the way the system is set up now, there is still the proper separation of church and state. Religious sacraments, practiced as they are now, have a strong historical significance. They have been around from the very birth of our nation, from its very independence back in 1962, and even before then. More importantly, the
purposes of these sacraments as they first originated.
Point of information.
Yes, go ahead.
You stated that religious sacraments in state activities has been a part of our history, right?
Yes.
Well, I would like to ask, isn't Jamaica a free country, a free nation since 1962?
Yes.
What does history have to do with removal of religious activities from state functions?
I will get to that. All right. The origin of the purpose of these religious sacraments is to maintain the sanctity of government. The government has the role of leading the people, and in doing so, the responsibility of the government is to maintain a fair, just, and virtuous system in its operation. Would you not agree that the use of religion in these sacraments properly represent these values? There is no better way to represent the authority of the government than the divine and fair authority that many of the Jamaican people believe comes from God himself. So why should we remove these sacraments? Now, my opponents have brought forth one common argument: the exclusively Christian nature of these sacraments. And she mentioned one specific point that I must disagree with, that it's disproportionately represented in state proceedings. Disproportionately cannot be the correct word. In fact, it is more than proportionately represented. Is not the vast majority of Jamaica a Christian society? You acknowledge that, yes. If you were to go down on the street and shout out, "God is good," how many responses would you get? Yes, amen, and so forth. The fact is, the vast majority of the Jamaican people, the common, working, everyday man and woman, believe in the divine principles of God. They believe in what these sacraments represent. So why should we go against their wishes, their beliefs? You mentioned those who do not share this.
Point of information.
Denied. You mentioned those who do not share these beliefs. And yes, they have Jews, they have Muslims. But in fact, according to MyLandJamaica.com, that is less than 5% of the population. Why should we, as a society, remove these religious sacraments, which the vast majority endorse and support?
Point of information.
Declined. For the needs of a few who, for the most part, do not seem to raise much complaint. You also have atheists in the nation. They make up 21%. Yes, this should be acknowledged. But again, when was the last time you heard the common Jamaican raise complaints about religious sacraments? What I hear, them not get enough pay. The road them bad. The politician I make too much money. But never once have I, speaking to any of my Jamaican brethren, heard any complaint about the religious sacraments being unfair and being deserving of being torn down from state proceedings. Now, my second point, that what my opponents brought forth, that these religious sacraments are forced upon us, that they are oppressive. And there is no evidence to suggest this. Because in most cases, take for instance, in judicial proceedings or in inaugurations of the Prime Minister or other members of Parliament, you or the person involved in these activities has a choice. For instance, in judicial proceedings, instead of taking an oath on the Bible, one can instead make an affirmation, completely free of religious involvement. In getting sworn in, a member of Parliament can choose to do it however they wish. It does not necessarily have to be a pope or a priest or someone specifically with the Christian faith. And in many other cases, one can simply avoid these things. So, in the case that the vast majority of Jamaicans endorse such proceedings, and the very few, the very minute of the percentage of the population who do not, can simply avoid it, then I must wonder, why is it that it's of such great concern to remove it? Who exactly is it harming? Why remove this tradition from our society when it is perfectly acceptable to us simply avoid taking part, or for the rest of the population, it is beloved? Why are we removing this from our people? Do they support this? No, they do not. Ask. Declined. No, they do not. The people do not support this. Why should we go against the wishes of the people? Furthermore, say for instance we were to hold a vote then on the same point. The people would not support it. Saying that we are a democratic society, yes, the people should choose. But the people's choice is to keep these sacraments. So again, what is the basis of removing them? I see no merit to your argument. That concludes.
We thank the first opposition speaker for that speech. We now call upon the second proposition speaker to advance and to respond to the case put forward. Hear, hear.
Ready. In the interest of time, I will begin in 3, 2, 1. The proposition is of the view. Good morning, respected judges, my worthy opponents, esteemed teachers, and guests. The proposition is of the view that religious sacraments are best removed from state activities for a more inclusive society. Therefore, this House is proposing the motion to indeed remove religious sacraments from official state activities. Before I continue, consistent with the arguments of the first speaker of the proposition, she noted that to eliminate religious sacraments from state activities, 1, it promotes religious fairness, 2, mitigates the potential for religious conflict, and 3, upholds the principle of separation of the state from the church. Earlier, my competitor argued that religious sacraments have been forced and they have traditional significance. Of course it does. However, we are an evolving country. Traditions now have been long outlived. Now, I would like to bring my 2 points to your attention. The removal of religious sacraments from state activities enables the government to focus on its core responsibilities, and 2, in removing religious sacraments from state activities, it would be in keeping with international human rights standards laid out by the United Nations. First of all, by eliminating religious sacraments from state official activities, the government can focus on its core responsibilities. This very debate would give credence to the argument that religious sacraments are at best contentious and distracting, and to say the least, highly tainted with an overtone of Christianity. And so, mind you, most of us here are Christians. It is no doubt that our beliefs stir controversy, and so the way we as a people disagree with one another inevitably affects how the government executes its functions, which primarily are to care, govern, care for public welfare, foster development, and so on, without getting involved in religious matters of one kind or another. If it is that Christian religious sacraments were upheld in state functions, it would cause conflict between religious groups and the government, while it is the government's responsibility to ensure that all citizens feel their needs and interests are represented fairly. Religion, in some cases, triggers extremism and violence in terms of decision-making and problem-solving. Take, for example, states located in the Middle East, such as Iran and Afghanistan, whose legal systems and governments are overly influenced by religion. The citizens are oftentimes extremely oppressed. If today we are required to pray and sing, will our government become overly attached to Christianity? Would it soon be mandatory to be dedicated Christians before being considered to perform these sacraments? Or in a few years, one would be expected to be a devout Christian in order to hold office. Therefore, not accepted at the moment. Therefore, in order to, as one may phrase it, nip it in the bud, it is crucial that religious sacraments remain just that which they are, confined to whatever religion it associates with, segregated from anything state-wise, not, and I stress this, not impeding in governmental affairs. Moreover, when religious sacraments are used in state official functions, the government, in an effort to satisfy the conditions that arise from supporting a particular belief, may become blindsided, making irrational decisions not based on facts and evidence, but on beliefs. In essence, while religion holds traditional and cultural importance for individuals and groups, its entanglement with government activities can indeed be contentious and distracting. So, for the efficient operation of the state's chief functions, the state should, from now on moving forward, avoid incorporating religious sacraments in governmental affairs. Secondly, the removal of religious sacraments from state official activities would be in keeping with international human rights standards. The United Nations Human Rights Committee is a group of independent experts that monitors the implementation of international covenant on civil and political rights by its state parties. The ICCPR is a human rights treaty that guarantees the rights to freedom of religion. The UNHCR has stated in 1976, and I quote, "The state should not engage in religious indoctrination in schools or other public institutions." All this means is that the state should not promote any religion or religious belief in its official functions. The elimination of religious sacraments in state activities in Jamaica would demonstrate adherence to international standards, which in turn shows no religious favoritism. But is this being practiced? As of currently, the government opens its parliamentary sessions with a Christian prayer. This prayer is seen by most as an endorsement of Christianity by the government. Maybe we should make provisions to equally represent every religion or eliminate it all from state activities. There is no doubt that religion and its practices hold a huge significance and influence, but it should be and remain a personal preference for individuals. That is completely separate from influencing state affairs and promote rather social cohesion. Thank you. I rest my case.
Thank you very much for that fine speech. We now call upon the second speaker from the opposition to present their case. Hear, hear.
Panel of adjudicators, team members, members of the proposition, and the audience, good morning. The motion presented before us today is this House would eliminate religious sacraments in state activities, and we listed those state activities. And as the second speaker for the opposition team, I am Okere Brahma, and I will be sharing with you on the second argument from the opposition team, which is religious sacraments and by extension religion is a fundamental part of Jamaica's culture. But I just want to highlight something from the second proposition speaker's argument. She says that Jamaica is not neutral in terms of religion, but according to an international religious report that has been submitted by the U.S. ambassador to Jamaica, if we look at that report, we realize that all religions have been equally and equitably represented in that report, with statistics about all of those religions and religious groups, including the number of persons who are part of these religions, the issues that are associated with these religions, and all of that. So from our perspective of the opposition, the religious groups in Jamaica are adequately and equitably represented. And she's talking about violence that is being caused by religion. Well, listen to me, we are in Jamaica, and violence has not been causing any issue in terms of religion in Jamaica. What religion has done in Jamaica is that it has brought communities together based on what churches and other religious groups are doing in Jamaica. So those lines of argument, I would say, are ludicrous. But to my argument, which is that religion is a fundamental aspect of Jamaica's culture. Now, it is evident that there are some persons who are uneasy with the belief in a deity or in the belief of others, right? But culturally speaking, religion has been an important part of our way of life for centuries. And as my first speaker would have presented, despite the varying histories and origin of these different religions. But what people have come to find with religion is comfort. They find comfort in something that they can hold on to. And it is that same principle that the government adopts in their administration and leadership, is that once we anchor our leadership in something that people are comfortable with, we can gain the confidence of the people. Simple as that. Now, if you should look at it, and based on what the proposition is proposing, the complete removal of such a significant part of people's life, it would be like killing us from the inside. Now, if I should put it in another way, we have our Jamaican culture or Jamaican society, and you would want to take out the whole aspect of food out of it. It just cannot work, because religion, religious practices, whether it be Christian, Judaism, Hindu, all of these practices are in Jamaica. All of them are equally represented, and there is no discrimination as the provisions are made in the Jamaican Constitution. Not accepted. Now, if we look at it, it is a detrimental move that the proposition wants to make in this country now. A very detrimental move. Because once the government goes to remove religious sacraments, then we're going to remove religious practices altogether from all aspects of society. And this is cultural identity going right down the drain. Now, this will result in a societal implication. It will affect, one, societal values, and two, societal attitudes, which are a part of our culture. The reason why we do things a particular way, which are founded and rooted deeply in religious principles. If you look at our constitution, and let me put it this way, if you're going to take out religious sacraments, then you're going to have to take out the entire constitution, because the entire constitution is based on religious principles. So the entire team will have to sit down for about 8, 9, 10 years and rewrite the entire constitution, if that is what the proposition wants. It is inevitable. These principles are enshrined in our constitution. It's inevitable, right? But we have to evaluate our ideologies. If we remove the religious sacraments, the government will send a message to the people that what? We remove them, we are also removing our standard of morality in society. Because the standard of morality in the Jamaican society, I'm not talking about anywhere else, I'm talking about in Jamaica. The standard of morality in the Jamaican society is based on religious principles, and most religions have commonality in terms of their principles. So if you remove religious sacraments, the government is indicating to the people that we're removing the entire constitution, and we're removing our standard of morality. Is that what the proposition want? And if we look at it, when we erode the standard of morality, things, the society will rumble into chaos. Is that what the proposition wants? For our society to rumble into chaos? Why doesn't the proposition steal? Why doesn't the proposition lie? Why doesn't the proposition do particular things? All of those are based on religious principles, and those religious principles have commonality in all religious groups. So why remove something that is not causing any harm? It's not causing any harm to anybody. Now, if I should go to my statistics, 71% of Jamaica is a Christian society. Okay, we understand that. Big whoop. But the other 21 that they are complaining about, that's 29. But of that 29%, 21 are unspecified, and they don't have a problem with Christianity or any other religious group. So what is the argument that the proposition is posing? Ladies and gentlemen, what I'm simply saying is that removing religious sacraments indicates to our society that what? We're removing our religious principles, we're removing what we stand for, and then we will be eroding the standard of morality in our society. I rest my case.
Thank you very much for that speech. Of course, representing Herbert Morrison Technical High School, opposing the motion about effectively ridding the Jamaican society of religious expressions in our politics. My rephrasing, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we call upon the third speaker from the proposing team to advance their case. Here.
In the interest of timekeeping, 3, 2, 1. Adjudicators, members of the opposition, fellow teammates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As an act of refreshing your memory, the notion brought before us today is this House will eliminate religious sacraments from state activities. The proposition is of the view that religious sacraments are best removed from state activities for a more inclusive society. Before advancing, it is within my prerogative to debunk and dissect the feeble arguments that our opponents have stubbornly argued. My name is Tonian Ingram, and I will now usher you into a state of recollection. Now, your first speaker said that it is of tradition and historical foundation. The proposition did not know that we as a nation are to remain bound by the inflexible shackles of tradition. Ladies and gentlemen, if in fact we as a nation are scared to implement change just because we are scared to break tradition or do something new, we are failing. As a country, we have evolved time and time again. There are new buildings, companies, new laws implemented, and new views shared. In a world where change is inevitable, we should be able to remain flexible instead of safe. The first speaker also asked, why should we take into consideration the other religious groups when Christianity is the main one? Your short answer, sir, is the Constitution, which gives each of us every right to believe what we want. Your second speaker said that religion does not cater to violence. Well, are we familiar with the church scandal of Kevin Smith? The murders of multiple people. Is that something that people hold sentimental? Please, enlighten us. Now, as you have been caught up with the loopholes in our opponents' speeches, let me usher you into remembering the eloquent points that my teammates have made. My first speaker eloquently analyzed the benefits of removing religious sacraments as it provides for equality and inclusivity for all. She also mentions that removing religious sacraments also upholds the distinguished principles of church and state. And lastly, it helps with avoiding religious conflict and discrimination. My second speaker expertly highlights the importance of prudent focus on the core responsibilities of state activities and how the removal of religious sacraments will be in keeping with human rights standards. Another factor to analyze, while considering the logical potent argument of the proposition, is to keep state activities at a needed focal point. State activities are often associated with civil matters, or in other words, the public. Why then should we involve the inclusion of religious sacraments? It adds no substantial impact to said activities or influences major decisions. In fact, these sacraments prove to take up unnecessary time and are deemed minor. I don't know about you, my fellow opponents, but when something is not important to something that I am doing or beneficial, it is removed from the process. The government proposes to disassociate from the unnecessary involvement and discord among religious groups and rather encourage the approach to remove these sacraments as a means of creating a more equal society, where proposals and policies are based on the best approach and logical reasoning rather than religious doctrine. Adjudicators, this House is not stopping anyone from serving their God, and this is not a matter of morality or tradition, but a matter of logical reasoning, fervent common ground for everyone. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, after highlighting overwhelming evidence, the proposition is profoundly convinced that this House should in fact eliminate religious sacraments and remains confident in the fact that this is indeed the right decision. I thank you.
Thank you very much. A very strong speech that was. We call upon at this time the third speaker from the opposition, Herbert Morrison, Technical High School, Europe. Hear, hear.
My fellow opponents, good morning. Adjudicators, good morning. The practice of religious sacraments in state activities symbolizes a standard of morality and integrity that the political dictatorate and government officials look forward to. Religious sacraments have no threatening effect on governance, So why remove it? Religion is evolutionary and brings a sense of togetherness, even in parliament. No matter how both parties are against each other, when it's time for them to sing a song or to pray, everyone is in accordance. The uneasiness that many persons may have with the religious sacraments being practiced in state activities is its symbolism, which is a gradual infiltration of religious beliefs into a system of government. However, in a democratic republic, the Constitution will not allow for the reuniting of church and state. As my opponents talked about church and state, I will now elaborate onto why it is not a factor. There will be no uniting of church and state as Jamaica is moving to become a democratic republic. The ideologies would be furthest away from the minds of our legislators. The church and the state are still presently separate in Jamaica. This includes the religious sacraments. However, the church has an invariable role to play in the state, as seen in our Constitution. Sacraments do not change anything regarding the governance of the state, nor the legislation that is passed in any state activity denied. Still, they do serve the purpose of sanctity, of tradition, of providing a moral standard to look to. So in essence, religious sacraments do not take away from what the government is doing or how the ruling of the country is taking place. It just provides a sense of morality and integrity. The Jamaican Constitution cites that the government has a responsibility to ensure that religious sacraments are evaluated in light of legal, constitution, and ethical considerations. The statement should not be as to eliminate, yes?
If you say that, religion is not important, it doesn't take away from the running of the country, and only thing it does is provide mere moral support for the citizens. Why isn't it imperative that we take it out if it's of such little substantial?
Because it still provides a sense of morality. It does not, when I said it's not important, I mean it's not important to the things that the government implement. That does not mean it is not important to us as a nation. It's still important. The statement should not be as to eliminate the existing religious sacraments, but to be more inclusive as to respect the rights and beliefs of all citizens and do not marginalize or exclude any particular group, which is already taking place in Jamaica. If my fellow opponents still wish to argue about inclusion or excluding, why not change the way we view religion? Because their main argument was the fact that we were solely using the Christianity faith. Most religions are embedded with love and with peace. So instead of saying, hey, remove religious sacraments, why don't we turn to love and peace instead of just Christianity and completely removing religious sacraments? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that really good speech. I now call upon the, so that was the third opposition speaker? Yes. Okay. So we're going to actually pause for a minute, all right, to allow you to put the finishing touches on your reply speeches. At the end of the minute, we'll begin with the reply speaker on side opposition. Your 1 minute begins now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, debaters all, the minute has ended. And so we call upon the reply speaker from the opposition side to present their final remarks. Hear, hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that the proposition has made some very solid arguments in support of their side of the motion. But the opposition believes that the proposition has not fully supported their case as to why we should remove religious sacraments. They have continued with this path of we need to be more inclusive and equal and equitable and all of that. But the opposition is saying that the Jamaican government and the Jamaican constitution, as you have cited, has created this space for equitable coexistence of all religious groups. And we have, and the Jamaican constitution has created this space for non-discrimination of any religious group. And what we're simply saying is that how does a prayer at the start of a parliamentary sitting, how does that create an unequitable or unequal society? How does that treat anybody with indifference? How does putting your hand on a Bible and saying, "So help me God," does anything to you whatsoever? How does that do anything to you? We are saying that it is not about offending anybody, because the Constitution says that the government has a responsibility constitutionally appointed by the Jamaican Constitution to ensure that the citizens are protected adequately from discrimination, and from unequal treatment when it comes on to religion. We can't change the fact that Christianity is the majorly practiced religion in Jamaica. But what we can do is create a more equitable space for everybody. But to throw it out altogether, these religious sacraments that are the standard of morality, the standard of integrity, that provide a sense of comfort, and the government is saying that these religious sacraments are what reassures us every day of divine instruction and authority. The opposition does not see the need to throw out religious sacraments altogether. But we stand with you in saying that we can create a more equitable space in terms of the practice of other religious sacraments from other religious groups. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where the opposition pauses, and we say that we stand resolute opposite to the motion that we do not need to eliminate religious sacraments in state activities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for so confidently concluding the case of Herbert Morrison Technical High School, the opposition. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to do similarly, on behalf of your Castle High School, we invite the reply speaker from that team. Hear, hear.
Good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Ashanti Brown, and I am the reply speaker for the affirmative team. After assessing all my opponents have said, it is within my interest to clarify and solidify the arguments of my teammates and the flawed decided stance of our opponents. Now, the main points that our opponents have argued stems from the stance that majority of Jamaica practices Christianity and only at least 5% practices other religion. My question is, just because the majority practices Christianity, does that mean that every other religion should be disregarded? Just because the majority are in favor of Christianity, Hindus and Muslims should just accept the government favoring the Christian religion? Why they don't read a scripture from the Quran before starting parliamentary meetings? The first speaker also asked the question, why should we remove this from our traditions? Mr. Speaker, isn't Jamaica a free country? The very free country that speaks of equality of every religion. Just because the practice of religious activities has been a part of our tainted history does not mean we should keep it for the sake of the majority. After all, out of many, one people. They also concluded that the proposition wants to remove religious sacraments from all aspects of our lives. But this is not so. The motion wants us to argue the removal of religious activities from state activities, and I strongly believe we should not deviate from it. Your second speaker argued that religion is not important to the government, only to the people. This statement debunks your entire point. If it's not important to the government, why keep it? Your second speaker argued that the entire constitution is based on religion, and that by removing them, we would be removing our standard of morality. Colleagues, listen to me. There's a very thick line between law and morality. Yes, at times law and morality intertwine, but on cases of rape and murder, removing religious sacraments just so every Jamaican can feel equal in religion, no matter how minor it is in fact conforming to a code of moral behavior. As a believer of Christianity, I am in no way implying or acting against the Christian practice. No, this is not so. This House is of the view that removing religious sacraments from state activities provides for a country where every religion is equally regarded. After all, a free republic, let's make it ours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a fine set of speeches we've heard. I think they deserve a stronger round of applause. Wow, very good. And so after that very strident, very confident reply speech, to conclude the debate, we are going to take a little break, get our thoughts together, reflect on the speeches, and return shortly with the results. Stay tuned. Both teams remember to start sending out the link and galvanize your bases to have them voting. The team that wins may very well be the team that secures 5 votes from the audience. All right? Done praying? Not really still praying? All right, good. Count me down, please. Count. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Welcome back. That match that we just witnessed, that hopefully you got the full appreciation of, was such a good match. It's an issue of great national significance, as are all the issues in this competition. But I want to highlight the heroes in this match, the debaters. They did such a fabulous job, and I think we should open with a round of applause for them. Now, when I said the match was good, it is because it was reflected rather in the outcome. It's not a unanimous decision. There's at least one judge who voted for the team that ends up losing. But let me go through, as clinically as I can, the assessment, how it is that we as the judges, at least the majority of us, saw the debate and came to our determination. So the team on proposition, York Castle High School, defended the stance that we should see an abolishing of religious expressions within the political activities of the society. They contend that within the society as is now, we have a proliferation of Christian religious expressions. And they defended more, they sought to have the society recognize that there ought to be greater pluralism in terms of how it is that we appreciate the various religious and non-religious expressions within the society. They pointed, for example, to an instant where Rastafarians protested the inclusion of a Christian for the opening of parliamentary sittings. And a lot of their arguments we found to be grounded deeply in principles and was really hearkening to the improperness of the prioritization of one religious creed and how it is that it is offensive to particularly minority groups. Now, opposition had a number of things to say in response. Opposition tells us that, one, Jamaicans are by and large a Christian society, an idea that doesn't meet with much opposition to from the proposition side, and maybe rightly so, because Jamaicans are objectively majority Christians. Opposition takes that and says, well, because of that, we should allow the majority and the majoritarian expression to be given life in the political arena. They say furthermore, and one of the key points that we found interesting is when the first opposition speaker said, if you were to poll Jamaicans, if you do a survey, Jamaicans would vote majority for the inclusion of Christian and religious traditions and creeds within the political structure. I think at that point, we need better development of that particular idea, because it sounded to us, at least the majority of us on the panel, to be a fairly assertive thing to say. You see, debaters can say a lot of things, but a lot of what you say, debaters, have to be proven. Yes, especially if you're a creative debater, you can come with a lot, but you have to prove it. You have to prove to me that, one, majoritarianism is the appropriate way to structure a democracy such as Jamaica. Given the fact that there are minority groups who may very well feel offended, and a democracy such as Jamaica does take into consideration minority group and strives to achieve a balance. So we didn't appreciate off the bat the majoritarian principles that team proposition came with. We thought that they needed to be defended a lot better, a lot more, opposition rather. We felt as well that the idea coming from opposition that if we were to lose the religion from the political sphere, then the society loses its moral compass. An interesting idea, we felt, But we needed to hear what that world looks like, a world that is deprived of its moral guidance from religion. How does the world become worse? So to say simply that morality is derived from religion, I'm left to wonder, do we only get morality from religion? Is religion the sole basis for our morality as a society? And how does the society deteriorate if it loses this one expression of religion, in its politics? We found interesting the response coming at the tail end of Yorkcastle's case that said, well, in truth and in fact, we're really not ridding the society entirely of religion. We're really ridding one aspect of the society, its politics, of religion, of the Christian religious expression specifically. Again, ladies and gentlemen, where you place your arguments in a debate is very, very important. And we got a very, very strong argument from our opposition that says maybe what we should be thinking about is doing expressing more plural religious expressions within our political activities. So what does that look like? Well, we didn't quite get that because it came so late and was fairly underdeveloped. And just for sort of a constructive appreciation of that idea, you could think about, for example, Trinidad or Guyana, a multi-religious society where you have multiple kinds of prayers and multiple kinds of religious expressions and rituals being included within, for example, their political activities. Is that what we're talking about here, Herbert Morrison? Again, two flaws there. Came very late, such an important idea, not much opportunity for robust engagement from Yorkcastle, and secondly, very, very limited development of that idea. Okay? And so, ladies and gentlemen, I think, although we struggled as a panel, I think the outcome is clear. Certainly, one team copped 232 points. The other team 252 points. So the margin was quite significant. The team ending with 252 points, clearly the winners, Yorkcastle High School. Commendations should be extended to the second place team in this match, Herbert Morrison Technical High School. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the next big thing, the next big announcement, the best debaters. Those two debaters, the commendable debater and the best debater, comes to us from the winning team. The commendable debater, the third debater from Yorkcastle, and we think she was a commendable debater because of the sort of thoroughness of her responses. We think that she is definitely a critical thinker, able to tune in to the arguments, to the issues that are significant in the debate, and present, dare I say, devastating responses. Congratulations, commendable debater. But you know, when the debate is like that, you think this speaker is necessarily the best debater, but it wasn't like that in this time, in this debate. It's the first debater from Yorkcastle that gets the Best Debater Award. Now, when you're faced with a panel of judges, there are diverse views on the panel. Some judges love philosophy and principled argumentations. Others love practical considerations. We felt that the principled basis, the principled justifications for objecting to the inclusion of religious rituals in state activities was very, very strongly, very confidently, and very coherently articulated by the first speaker from Yorkcastle. Hence, she is the best debater. So, congratulations again to both teams. Continue to do your very best for the next round. And ladies and gentlemen, you, our viewing audience on social media, we're tremendously grateful that you've joined us. See you in the next match.
guys. You can get up.
will be debating the motion, this House would elect and not appoint senators. With us, we have the team from proposition, Herbert Morrison Technical High School, and the team in opposition, Cornwall College. Now, remember as well that your vote matters in this competition. In the chat, you'll see a public ballot that you can use to vote on the team that you think will win this debate. The winner of that poll will receive 5 points towards the match outcome, towards the match points, which may determine the outcome of the match. So, pleasantries aside, just some ground rules. The first speaker will get 8 minutes, the second speaker will get 7 minutes, the third speaker will get 5 minutes, and the reply speaker gets 3 minutes. The first and last minutes of each speech is protected time in which we will not be accepting any points of information. And as always, there will be no points of information in the reply speech. So, with me, we have Najani Stewart and Michaela, 2 expert judges. So, enough about us. Let us turn over to the team from proposition to open up this debate.
Panel of adjudicators, teammates, and members of the opposition and members of the audience, good afternoon. The motion that we are debating today is this House would elect and not appoint senators. As team proposition, we are affirming the motion that this House would elect and not appoint senators. Our first line of argument will be that the election of senators will ensure the practice of the truest form or the truest sense of democracy in the Democratic Republic of Jamaica. Our second line of argument would be that the election of senators would ensure that the interests of the people are represented in the passing of legislation. And then our third line of argument from side proposition will be that a greater degree of accountability that these public officials will be held to in the deliberation, review, and approval of bills proposed by the lower house. But before we begin, just a definition. Who is a senator? A senator in our Jamaican constitution is currently defined as a member of the Senate. The function of the Senate is to deliberate, review, and approve legislation sent to the upper house by the House of Representatives, otherwise known as the lower house. Now, currently in Jamaica, the Jamaican Senate comprises of 21 individuals, 13 persons from side government and 8 persons from side opposition. These persons are appointed by the Governor General upon the advisement of the Prime Minister or the leader of the opposition. Now, my argument is that the election of senators would ensure that this democratic republic would practice the truest sense or the truest form of democracy. But where will I start? Let me start here. The removal of the monarchy would see the democratic election of all members of the political directorate. Who are the political directorate, you might ask? No, I'm pure at this time. Who are the political directorate? The political directorate are the members of the government, ranging from the Prime Minister, the opposition leader, cabinet members, members of parliament, members of the Senate, right down to the cabinet secretary. Now, the removal of the monarchy will see that Jamaica will see Jamaica becoming a democratic republic. This means that the people will actively take part in the decisions that affect their country. This removal will lead to an entire constitutional reform. Now, our current system of appointing senators falls under the authority of the Governor General, as I stated, representing the monarch's authority in the island. This responsibility would have, no, not at this time, this responsibility would have to change in the new Democratic Republic of Jamaica, a new constitution, and the Governor General's responsibility replaced with that of an elected president. With this fundamental change in how we govern in this island, we must also look at changing how we elect our government. This also includes replacing the undemocratic means of choosing a Senate. Appointing politically aligned and politically ideological individuals similar to the Prime Minister or to that of the opposition to rubber stamp bills through the majority-controlled House of Representatives. We need to take back our system from undemocratic means. And as such, we're saying that in this form, when we elect our senators and not appoint them, the Jamaican people will have a say in who they elect to pass legislation, who they elect to review their legislation, and who they elect to deliberate on their legislation. And once we see to that, that senators are elected, which represents the truest form of democracy. And the point that I want to add is that once we move from a monarchy to a democratic republic, it means that all levels of government will have to be elected. So it cannot be that it is only the members of the House of Representatives are the only ones that are elected, but also the persons who will operate in the Senate. And as we said, the purpose of the Senate is to review, deliberate, and approve legislation as sent up by the lower house. These persons on side proposition, we're saying that they should be elected, as this is the representation of the truest form of democracy. And additionally, when we look at it, when we do it this way, it inspires the people's confidence in the government and the governance of their country, because now people will be more interested in what is happening and who is leading their country and what decisions are taking place in their country. It cannot be that the people don't have a say in how their country is being run. And then decisions are made that are not in the interest of the people. But I don't want to go too far into the rest of my team's argument. But my argument is that once we remove the monarch and then we switch to a democratic republican system of government, we're saying that once all levels of government are elected, everybody has to be elected, including the senators. And this represents the truest form of democracy in our society. To be or not to be, to elect or not to elect, side proposition says that we are to elect. Ladies and gentlemen, I rest my case.
And now invite the first opposition speaker to open up their side's case.
I'll begin in 3, 2, 1. Panel, worthy opponents, and esteemed guests, I bid you well. My name is Tekwan Ellis, and I am the leader of the House opposing the election rather than the appointment of senators. But before I dive into my points and my speech, I'd like to refute a few of the proposition's previous claims. Now, first of all, he made the claim that the interest of the people in passing laws would be improved, but we believe that this is not true at all, because in our system, we still have the interest of the people at heart, because the Prime Minister and opposition leader, this is also taking into consideration their point on democracy. The Prime Minister and opposition leader are elected by the people, for the people, and then these people should be entrusted by us who have elected them to find the best senators, and I'll speak on everything later in my speech, but to find the best senators to get the job done. And a few more faults we realized is, other than not accepting a single POI, how will we elect senators? We need a sort of system or a model, and without a model, we simply can't. And also, he didn't focus on the Senate in as much as changing to a republic and safeguarding the people's choice, which is not synonymous with the motion. And also, in our system, democracy isn't jeopardized. No, continuing. Our burden is a simple one today, and it is to prove that it is better to appoint rather than elect senators. Now, although we believe that senators should be appointed, there are some things that we would change about the status quo. For example, we would have senators be appointed by an independent, politically unaligned committee. In our system, persons would apply for the post rather than be appointed by party leaders, and the 21 best senators would be appointed to the upper house. This system is better as it employs a completely politically unaligned Senate, and I'll speak on why a politically unaligned Senate is better than Proposition's world. Continuing, my team and I will use two main ideas to advance our case today. One, the fact that the status quo as it relates to appointing senators does little to nothing wrong. And two, changing the status quo is a cumbersome task. I will speak on how accountability and representation are not improved if we vote for senators, and how the prime minister's and opposition leader's choice preserves diversity throughout the Senate. My second speaker will explain how elections for senators would make the legislative process awfully confusing, how voting for senators would now mean that we have to remove the 13-8 split in the upper house, and how not paying senators a fixed salary leads to senators that are driven by the good they do as opposed to a money motive. Finally, my third speaker will negate any clashes between the House and cement our team's case. Now, to begin with, there is nothing wrong with the status quo as it relates to appointing senators. In the status quo, we have a strong Senate which was chosen by the Prime Minister and opposition leader. So there is a quantity of representation for the country's people in the Senate, since the people are the ones that voted both party leaders into their offices. We also have diversity, since the leaders would understand that there has to be good representation of different groups and minorities throughout the Senate, and I'll elaborate on this point later in my speech. But the proposition would like to remove the system entirely and put the choice in the hands of the people. Firstly, there would be no increase in accountability or representation if we were to vote for senators as opposed to selecting them. There is already a system of checks and balances in place to keep these senators accountable, and the country is still looking to them to make the right decisions, for if they don't, trust me, there would be uproar from the people. So we have the people, media, and leader which appointed these senators holding them accountable. And also, if your system is supposed to use the first past the post system, we know that representation of the people would not be improved, since the first past the post system is famous for not accurately representing the votes of the people and leads to an inaccurate representation of the people in the Senate. So after such a radical change, there'll still be no change in accountability or representation, but there will still be a barrage of negative impacts, such as a new confusing legislative process, and simply takes too long for such little change. Moreover, the proposition system allows for the removal of the diversity in the Senate that is preserved by the Prime Minister and opposition leader's choice. Currently, we have a diverse Senate. We have black, white, male, and female senators in fair ratios throughout the Senate. When compared to the diversity in the elected House of Representatives, can we trust these people to preserve diversity where it is needed most? Other than that, with elections comes political division. Now, a large party majority being in the upper house is fairly chaotic for a myriad of reasons. Firstly, one must think of how a senator may feel as if they will owe a party leader. And when we think of this, one must remember the situation of Prime Minister Alexander Bustamante in 1963. An enraged Bustamante demanded that a bill be passed by the country that would result in rape requiring a mandatory life sentence, and I won't make that into another debate. But two of JLP senators realized that their prime minister may be acting out of reach, and can you believe that instead of voting against the bill, they completely resigned their position as senator? Now, back to today. If the senator is faced with a bill that they may seem as unreasonable, they still may not reject it, as they feel like they are still attached to a party, and it would be treason to cross the floor and not pass the bill. Although the Constitution states that party leaders cannot terminate a senator's appointment and only the Governor General can, there's still a level of loyalty that these persons must expect to have to their party leader. But a large party majority leads to another situation. where there may be a gridlock and the country may not pass laws. We see in countries like the USA currently where the upper house and lower house are comprised mainly of two different parties. So when a bill is passed by the lower house with majority party A to the Senate, which is majority party B, there's going to be a gridlock, as the senators may not pass a law simply because of the aforementioned loyalty that they hold to their party leader, and causing the country's lawmaking system to slow down significantly. Furthermore, the lack of having to be elected allows for a greater pool of expertise for the PM and opposition leader to choose from. Campaigning may not be everybody's forte, especially for the CEO of Grace Kennedy Limited. But he's exactly the type of person we are looking for. Allowing them to be appointed means that they don't have to go through the struggles of campaigning and begging for votes, as it may not be their scene. When we force an election for the office of senator, we are leading to less expert senators, less diverse senates, and a sluggish lawmaking system. As I close, I pray that the panel consider what will happen in Proposition's world. Yes, we would have given the people a choice and encouraged democracy for a change, which will take a long time. But it also requires a lot of changes to be made to the Constitution and the government, which are two cornerstones of society. And the change would lead to sluggish lawmaking, scantily represented groups in the Senate, and scares away possibly expert senators. This isn't even the beginning of the negative impact that side proposition would attract with requiring the election of senators. And my second speaker will list more negative impacts. So panel, I am sure that you believe that this trade is not fair, and for that reason, I believe you should cast your ballot in favor of the side opposition.
Awesome. We'd like to thank the first opposition speaker. And we now invite the second proposition speaker to extend the case for the team Herbert Morrison.
Adjudicators, Mr. Speaker, my respected opposition, or opponents, I should say, good afternoon. My name is Matthew Douglas, and I will be the second speaker for my team, representing the point or the argument that the election of senators would ensure that the interests of the people are represented in the passing of legislation. Although, before I get into this point, I must rebut some of the statements made by my opponent just now. He mentioned that we should give trust in the party we elect and the prime minister in appointing senators. And yes, that is true, we should trust them. But is that by itself an argument for removing what could be a further check on what they're able to do? Why trust when instead perhaps we can take up the responsibility ourselves and appoint senators to properly represent our interests? Secondly, yes, we do in fact have to develop a system, but should the difficulty of such a task alone be cause to avoid it? Should change be absent simply because it is too difficult to implement? There are plenty of nations, of models we could follow. For instance, we have Australia, we have Spain. In these two systems, senators are appointed based on regions, which regions select which senator to go up into the legislature and to vote on their behalf. Or perhaps in France, where in a general election, similarly to how the members of parliament and the prime minister are appointed, they are voted in to represent the people. And on this, I'm moving to my point that the interests of the people will be better represented if senators are voted in
POI.
instead of just appointed, denied. Now, before I get into this more, let me give an illustration. Say a senator is appointed by his party, and he's given a bill from the lower house to consider. The bill has the full endorsement of his party. However, due to some flaw, which the party may ignore for whatever reason, it is disliked by the people and may cause some harm to the nation. Now, tell me, the party having this agenda and the party being the one to appoint him as opposed to the people, who would the senator side with? Is he more likely to side with the party, who at will could remove him? More on that later, in fact. Or to the people whom he should be there to represent? Now, on the point of the party removing senators, I bring you to a scandal back in 2015, where the JLP specifically admitted to forcing senators to write pre-signed letters of resignation before being appointed by the party. Now, what does this mean?
Point of information.
No, thank you. This means that the senators, after being appointed, are still subject to the whims of the party. If they should go against what the party may request of them, they can be booted out without any further discussion. What does that sound like to you? Does it sound like a true democracy? Or perhaps something more akin to the more autocracy like days of old that we are trying to move past in this new republic? Another point, the purposes of both parties are primarily that of discussion, that of deliberation. There needs to be bipartisanship. And this system of electing senators does that just as even more so than the system we have currently, with both parties now forced for greater collaboration.
POI.
One party denied. One party no longer controls both the lower house and the Senate and has the prime minister in office. It can have one party controlling the lower house, another party controlling the Senate, allowing for deliberation, allowing for the proper opposition of certain bills which may propose, which may have some shortcomings, which may have some flaws that need to be properly looked over. Both parties are now forced to discuss these proposals. And another thing my opponent mentioned is the deadlock that could happen as a result of this. Yes, that is true, and we do see it all the time in the American system. However, what we are proposing is not the American system. We do not have to do it the way they do it. And in other successful democratic nations, such blockages are rare. And in fact, the only result of the election of senators is greater deliberation, greater bipartisanship, greater representation. Is that not what we should be looking forward to in our new republic? A full republic, full democracy. This is the way forward. I rest my case.
All right. We thank the second opposition speaker for those substantives. And now invite the second speaker from side opposition to come with their case.
Good afternoon to you all. Firstly, I would like to address what the first speaker had said. He speaks about turning Jamaica into a government system of a true democracy, which in itself is another debate. We're here to discuss how senators, electing them or appointing them, can affect our country. Even so, they have not outlined how turning Jamaica into a true democracy will help our people, which also, as I said before, is in itself another debate. But I will go into my own speech for now. A crucial matter pertains to the very fabric of our democracy. In Jamaica, the question of whether senators should be appointed or elected is a topic that demands careful consideration, as it holds the key to ensuring effective governance, a streamlined legislative process, and senators who are driven by the greater good rather than the personal gain. First and foremost, let us examine the potential ramifications of electing senators. Elections, while a cornerstone of democracy, can also bring about challenges and complexities within the legislative process. The introduction of elections for senators would undoubtedly add another layer of confusion and bureaucracy to an already intricate system. With elections come campaign financing, political maneuvering, and the risk of divisive politics infiltrating our upper house. This can divert attention from the core purpose of legislative decision-making and impede progress. The representation of the people, postponement of elections to Municipal, Corporation and City Municipalities Act 2023 has been the subject of intense debate among senators. The bill aims to push back local elections for the third time since 2020 to February 2024 in order to give public more time to comment on proposed legislation that would allow Portmore to become Jamaica's 15th parish. However, most importantly to my argument, is that this bill also expresses the extensive amount of economic uncertainty around the world, and the considerate cost of holding elections were listed as additional justifications for postponement in the bill's memorandum and aims and reasons. Panel, if the Jamaican government already struggles to come up with the sufficient funds for regular election campaigns, how can we expect to manage adding another strain to the economic stability of our country by also holding elections for senators? It is simply impractical. I also want to add one more thing. How frequently have we witnessed supporters of opposing parties acting in what some would even call barbaric manners? Yes, they speak about the people having more say in the elections, but however, they do not understand that Jamaican people are very passionate with their political alignment. So even if they were to elect their own senators, this would just be barely on their own passion for their own political alignment, not of common sense to a lot of people, I would say. These barbaric manners come in the form of people making an absurd amount of noise, pushing and verbally using inappropriate terms against each other in public. To think that in present times, and everything I have just described would have been considered some of our most civilized habits. Evidently so, when contrasted with the incomprehensible 1980 political war period. Although I don't believe we will ever experience such violence again, it is impossible to ignore the extremes to which Jamaicans would go to support their political parties. To further hone this point, just in 2020, during the election build-up, that was held on Thursday, September 3, 2020, the US Embassy had put out an alert to its US nationals residing in the country of Jamaica that they should remain vigilant while maneuvering about the country due to the disruptive behaviors, in example, traffic disruptions, which were mentioned, of the Jamaican citizens as general elections draw near. Surely giving our people another incentive to get angry by electing senators will heighten the passion of barbaric behavior of our citizens and result in increased pandemonium amongst our people. Moreover, the current structure of the Senate in Jamaica, with its 13 appointed by the Governor General on the advice of the Prime Minister, and the other 8 are appointed on the advice of the Leader of Opposition. This is designed to maintain a delicate balance of power. Additionally, this split ensures that appointed senators selected based on their expertise and experience bring specialized knowledge and a long-term vision to the legislative process. By appointing individuals with proven expertise in specific fields, we safeguard against political polarization and ensure the decisions are guided by the facts and evidence rather than short-term electoral considerations. Research from various credible sources support these assertions. For instance, the second speaker speak about turning Jamaica into a system where we will elect senators. However, this debate is also very, very debated amongst the American people. And the University of Oxford did their own research. And according to the University of Oxford, They found that appointed senators tend to bring a higher level of expertise and specialized knowledge to the legislative process, leading to more informed decision-making and better outcomes for the nation as a whole. I would also like to add that the second speaker talked about that we have true democracy where elected senators improve their country without giving any examples of that. If we were to shift to an elected model for all senators, we would need to reconsider this delicate balance. The 13-8 split, which has served us so well, would become obsolete, and we would lose the advantage of specialized knowledge and expertise appointed senators bring to the table. This could hinder our ability to make informed decisions, as a loss of expertise could lead to the legislator driven more by political allegiance than by the pursuit of best interests of our nation. Furthermore, the absence of a fixed salary for senators in Jamaica sets us apart from many other nations. While some may argue that this is a disadvantage, it is in fact a strength. Senators who are not driven by a fixed salary are more likely to be motivated by a genuine desire to make positive impact on society. By removing financial incentives, we ensure that those who serve as senators are motivated by a sense of duty, dedication, and a genuine commitment to the well-being of our nation. This fosters a legislative body that is focused on greater good rather than personal gain. In a time when economic stability and financial prudence are paramount, it is crucial to question the necessity of paying senators a fixed salary if they were to be elected.
All right. That's your time. Thank you very much to the second opposition speaker. We now invite the third proposition speaker to close out the substantive part of the debate for Team Herbert Morrison.
Mr. Speaker, judges, member of the proposition and opposition, a pleasant good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, the opposition would try and convince the House that only by means of appointing senators rather than electing these individuals, that this will cull the herd to allow only experienced persons serving in our Senate. We need not look farther than the United States to disregard this notion. Mr. Speaker, in the current 118th sitting of the Congress in the Senate of the United States, 30% of senators practice or continued to practice law, 45% of senators were war veterans, 10% of senators worked in business and finance, and 57% of all senators formally represented their states in local government. These career choices reflected on the committees these members serve on. Their lawyers would serve on the Judiciary and Rules and Administration Committees, and their long-serving war veterans would serve on the Armed Service and Veterans Committee. Jamaica would use this blueprint, and the Senate will form committees based on the expertise of its members to ensure the Senate consists, not accepted, to make sure the Senate consists of individuals with expertise, knowledge, and experience in the field required. Mr. Speaker, the opposition raises that it would take work to change how our country is governed. To the opposition, I say you cannot change how a country operates and how it is governed without work. The opposition also raises that...
On that point...
Not accepted. The opposition also raises that affirmative action in basis to race and gender should be the determining factor instead of qualifications in choosing our Senate. Mr. Speaker, the opposition seems to have a problem with being passionate about politics, saying that passionate people will vote for who they wish to serve, instead of using common sense when they are electing their individuals to their government.
POI.
Not accepted. Mr. Speaker, Abraham Lincoln suggested that democracy is a government of the people, by the people, for the people. The proposition stands squarely behind the motion that senators on this island would be elected to their posts rather than appointed to make the new Republic of Jamaica have a true government of, not accepted, of the people, that is a political establishment made up of people who come from the people, by the people, meaning the people who make the rules must be elected by those expected to follow them, for the people, as in to work for the beneficiary of the general public rather than the political interest, not accepted, rather than the political and financial interest of corporate clients. Mr. Speaker, the opposition raises that the current system works fine because the Constitution protects that the 13-8 division in the Senate, appointed by the Governor General in advice of the Prime Minister, would prevent one party from passing laws approved by the House of Representatives without any scrutinization, objections, opinions, or amendments made by the opposition. However, in practice, this is not the case. Mr. Speaker, in a 21-member assembly, only 11 senators is needed for a simple majority to approve bills passed by the House of Representatives. The Prime Minister typically would appoint senators politically similar to himself. He has the power to nominate 13 individuals as stated in the Constitution. The senators would assemble and rubber stamp the bills passed by a similarly ideological House. Our proposal to resolve this not accepted. Our proposal to resolve this undemocratic faction of our political directory is to allow the public to head to the ballot box and elect who they wish to serve on their behalf, which will now join the elected House of Representatives, making both branches of the bicameral legislative branch elected by the people. Mr. Speaker, accountability is the glue that ties commitment to a result. Being liable to someone, the voter, encourages politicians to keep their eyes on the prize, that being re-election and favor among their voters, instead of losing sight of the unnecessary steps to move toward completing the mandate of their constituents. The understanding that you will have to report to someone who may or may not have the same political ideology as you, such as the Prime Minister or the opposition leader, will have senators being held to a greater degree of accountability in deliberation, review, and approval of bills proposed by the lower house, knowing that if they fail to deliver for their constituents or to appear to be putting party politics over the benefit of the country or their communities, their voters can and will punish them at the ballot box or resort to other methods to dismiss a dysfunctional or non-performance senator, such as impeachment. This fail-safe against inactive senators keeps senators upright in their seats, encouraging them to serve the voters rather than their political agenda that would follow with an appointment.
All right. We'd like to thank the third proposition speaker and invite the third opposition speaker to close out the substantive parts of the debate for side opposition.
Proposition can run, but they most certainly cannot hide. Buckle up, because we're going to go through a whole debate's worth of unanswered POIs. Firstly, we're going to address the fact that they have created no model whatsoever to prove how they're going to establish some sort of election system so that senators are elected to their post. You can't simply will things into being. This is a policy motion. Even if we do accept the values and the benefits of your system when we elect senators, you can't prove that it will happen as adequately as you'd like it to be. Secondly, this assertion that MPs will magically care about their constituencies instead of their party's values is simply ludicrous. If we can't, senators rather, if we can't convince MPs to do that, how are you going to assert that we can convince senators to do that? In fact, in our system, we will have our first speaker mentioning that we prefer an unaligned outside committee appointed senators. There'd be no political affiliation whatsoever, and the Senate would be able to act as it is prescribed in Constitution, being an oversight committee for the laws that have been drafted by the House of Representatives. Also, the 13-8 split that was mentioned in the third speaker's speech is even if we do grant you the fact that 11-person majority is easily accomplished, first of all, how do you solve that problem on your side of the House? Because you haven't explained how elections are going to ensure that there's fair representation. In fact, we've pointed out to you the fact that if we elect senators rather, there can be a situation where one house is owned by a certain party and another house is owned by a second party. You haven't, because of your lack of a model, haven't explained to us how you're going to prevent that from happening. You just said, it simply won't, because we're not America. Anyway, even if we say the 13-8 split isn't ideal, we have created a second count model because we're so very nice that would say that senators would be non-aligned entirely because a separate committee would be establishing them, or appointing them rather, as opposed to the government. But I do have a speech, let me get into it. Right, panel. Throughout this debate, side opposition would have composed a case that thoroughly explains the benefits of the existing system, whereby senators are appointed to their office by the Governor General, while simultaneously tearing down the misguided, harmful model, or, well, no model in this case, of our opponents. Firstly, my first speaker would have explained that the status quo is perfectly adequate in ensuring good governance. Further, he would have explained that any corruption and negative effects of this system are not adequately addressed by the establishment of elections for senators. If anything, they are worsened. While senators may be directly answerable to the people, they would now be entirely politically driven, as my second speaker has spoken about, and subject wholly to political allegiances. My second speaker gave further context to the argument when he spoke about the constitutional 13-8 split safeguard, which prevents one political party from commanding the whole Senate. With the establishment of elections, the security would be lost. He continued and described the loss also of that sense of civic duty shared by senators, as politics would corrode the office. Instead of experienced professionals and dedicated citizens offering the service to the nation, the Senate would evolve into an office dominated by political motivations and greed via heavy salary, which would carry its own economic repercussions. And I should note as well, just to mention what they said, the Senate doesn't need to be filled with hoity-toity posh people, academics, and company CEOs. It can be former MPs or former community leaders who would like to serve their country in another sense, as civic leaders, as senators, right? But not a person who should be elected because, as I mentioned, politics and campaigns have inherent harms. Though panel in nowhere are we insinuating the voice of the people must be dampened or that political affiliation defeats good governance entirely, we're simply asserting that constitutionally, the Senate is a review body designed to refine the laws brought forward by the House of Representatives, where the citizens of Jamaica are satisfactorily represented. That is, when you elect your MPs and your MPs create law, the Senate is not going to destroy that law entirely, just going to revise it, look at it, and say, okay, stamp, this can go ahead. Therefore, the Senate is best served with civic-minded experts, preferably unaligned ones. However, we agree with the proposition that measures must be taken to keep the Senate more accountable. But constitutionally, such measures already exist. For example, the limits of 4 cabinet ministers to be chosen from the Senate, and the restriction of basing proposing money bills in the same chamber. Oh dear. So, moving on. Summarizing, proposition had 2 main jobs. To propose a safe and effective system whereby senators may be elected to that office and prove how this system would be better for the Senate and Jamaican society relative to the status quo. They have failed to do that. Contrasting, the opposition has succeeded in defending the benefits of the status quo and proving that a significant deviation from it would, in the form of elections, be harmful. Also, the process of campaigning, the money extended, and also just to give context to the points about payments, you may think that it wasn't relevant. But if we're going to elect these persons, we have to give them a salary. We elect MPs, we give them a salary. We elect Prime Minister, we give them a salary. So if we're going to elect senators, we have to give them a salary. And with a 200% increase of parliamentary salaries, this is going to be a huge cost on the Jamaican government that we simply cannot bear at this time. But for all those reasons, please cast the ballot in favor of Cornwall College.
All right, we will now take a 1-minute break to allow for the finishing touches to be placed on the reply speech, after which we will take the opposition reply speaker. We now invite the reply speaker from Team Opposition to close the debate on that side of the House.
Now, my task today is simple. I'll prove how opposition has won this debate. First and foremost, let us assess the burdens which each team should have fulfilled by the end of the debate. Now, opposition had 2 very simple burdens. 1, implement a working system of electing these senators, and 2, prove that this system is not only better than status quo, but also that it is better than the counter policy that we would have proposed. Proposition did none of this. And it should be obvious by now that they didn't. But how so? Well, as I pointed out earlier, their imagined model would have multiple flaws. Firstly, I must ask, which voting system will we use? I already explained how our first past the post system would fail. Secondly, would the 13-8 split be removed? When will elections take place? What changes will be made to the constitution to accommodate these changes, such as the cabinet only being made up of MPs now and the Minister of Finance also being an MP? Moreover, their model is significantly worse than status quo, or the model that they would like to propose. They wish to change a working system for the worst. We'll have a sluggish lawmaking system and money-hungry senators. But what was our burden? To simply prove that appointing senators is better than electing them. And it is to my team's belief that we have more than successfully fulfilled our burden. We made many warranted claims with substantial evidence. We've listed the barrage of negative impacts which side proposition assumes, such as a chaotic voting period, money-greedy senators, and a confusing legislative process. However, in our world, we have an independent, politically unaligned, diverse Senate with no large party majority with expert senators. We've proved to you why this is beneficial. We've proved to you why proposition's lack of a model, or lack of a stern enough model, rather, doesn't work. And for that reason, we pray that panel understand that the winner of this debate should be the team which fulfill their burden, and that team would be the side opposition.
Thank you for that. And we now invite the reply speaker from side proposition to close out this debate.
There were truly some interesting points proposed by my opponents. And I must admit that, yes, to change this entire system, it would take great work. It would take great effort. And as of right now, there is no one system which has been proven to be the best way to go about changing it. However, that is not to say that, one, the general benefits aren't there, and that, two, there is no system which we can adopt which would fulfill the requirements and take on these benefits. I gave some examples. I gave 3 nations. I gave France, Australia, Spain. In the latter 2, perhaps you could adopt a similar system where the areas of the nation are given a specific number of senators which represent them. Perhaps something more akin to the way members of parliament are elected, where a specific group of constituents elect who they seek to represent them. But the point is, there are many ways we can go about it. But we are not so prideful to put that burden upon ourselves. That is for the people and for the government to decide upon. What we do here now is to tell you why such a system would help. And that is what we did. I remember their second speaker asked, how will it help the people? Well, this is how it will help the people. It will allow for greater representation. It would remove the harmful nature of the current system where certain bills, certain laws are simply rubber stamped. Because why is it that there is an entire legislative branch of the government with the sole purpose of saying yes? Do you know how much it costs to operate such a branch? I do not have the figures, yes, but I can assure you it's quite a bit, quite the burden on the Jamaican people, and they ought to do more than simply approve everything given to them. What is the purpose of such a branch? With this change, we can give it a better purpose. The current purpose review, it is inadequate. It is flawed. The proposed purpose is deliberation, is objection. Yes, there will be times where there are disagreements, where there are slowdowns. But is that not a worthy price to pay for a better functioning system, better representing the people, with better deliberation. The slowdown is the point. The slowdown leads for discussion. It leads to involvement. The people can give greater input. It's not just given and gone up. So there is time to talk about it. That is what the government is for. It's for discussion. That's what Parliament is for. That's what the Senate is for. Discussion. That is what democracy is for. I rest my case.
Thank you very much to both teams. The judges will now excuse themselves to deliberate and return with the outcome of this match in a reasonable time. Ladies and gentlemen, after careful deliberation, the judges have come back with the verdict. But before I tell you what the answer for who won the debate is, I'm going to give you a rundown of what happened. So, in the debate, what we saw, generally speaking, is that there were several clashes. There were, of course, peripheral arguments, strong arguments from both sides of the benches that we did our assessment on. But for the sake of this oral adjudication, we're going to focus on the main clashes that would have won a team or lost a team the debate. So, we had the clash of partisanship, we had a clash of who gains better democracy, and we had a clash of who gains the best skills for the role. On the subject of partisanship, what did we hear? We heard from Herbert Morrison that in status quo, we have severe partisanship behavior because the Senate is currently split between 13 for the government and 8 for the opposition. And we heard that consistently what we're having is a rubber stamp, just the assumption of a seal of approval, in a sense, an echo chamber in the Senate right now. And we heard that that's bad. We heard that we don't necessarily want that. We didn't hear substantively why that's a bad thing, so we had to make the assumption of why that's a bad thing. But it would have been awesome if you went the extra mile and told us, what are the harms of having the Senate just be an echo chamber? What are the harms of just having legislation automatically go through the Senate? What comes out of that? On side opposition, we heard that we get partisanship worse on your side because of the model or lack thereof that you implemented. And this is the fundamental issue that happened in this debate. While we agree that there was no burden for you to provide a model or any mechanisms, the fact that you did not left you open to attacks that a model could have probably mitigated against. In as much as a model would have set you in some level of constraint and would have set you up for the debate so that opposition could not come and attack you with ludicrous claims. For example, one such claim is the idea that in your world, people will align themselves fundamentally to the political party that they want, and so the Senate might just be overrun with whomever the person, the government is, rather the political party is that currently has the favor of the people. In essence, we could have an 80% to 20% majority in the Senate based on how people feel. If you had presented some sort of model to say this is how we're going to elect these people, then you would have shielded yourself from that kind of attack. Motions that start with this how would, generally speaking, not require a model, but some sort of mechanisms would definitely help to shield you. So when that is said and done, on the question of partisanship, whether in status quo a 13-8 split is sufficient, or in the world imagined by opposition where it could be an 80-20 split or a 90-10 split, we thought that the issue of partisanship would have been won by opposition. On the question of democracy, where do we get the greatest level of democracy? We heard from proposition that democracy occurs when the people vote directly for who they want to represent them. They say we get the truest form of democracy when we directly elect our senators. Opposition said that inasmuch as we elect our prime minister and by default our opposition leader, we are engaging in some sort of democracy. Even if we aren't directly appointing the Senate, inasmuch as we elect a prime minister who has our interests at heart, then we are trusting him to make the decision for us. So that is some form of democracy. Objectively speaking, we thought that in terms of democracy, the truest form of democracy is going to come naturally from directly appointing the Senate. Though that is severely undermined by opposition's case that we do engage in some significant amount of democracy simply by electing our prime minister who elects the members of the Senate and the opposition leader who elects their aide. So you'd have won that argument on democracy even though it would have been severely undermined. Now, the biggest one, the question of expertise. Where do we get the most skills? Where do we get the most qualified senators? We heard from Team Proposition that when we elect senators, we have a greater candidate pool. We learned from them that we're not only limited to a particular set of individuals, people who are currently serving in the currently serving, or limited by any regard like that. But when we elect them, we have a greater access to a wider candidate pool. We also learned as well, he also told us as well that in the American system, where they elect senators, there's evidence that the amount of senators elected are by majority expert individuals, lawmakers, and ex-veterans, and we thought that was convincing. But we also heard on the side of opposition that when the option of being elected comes with the necessitation of campaigning and going out into the streets and lobbying for votes, then we're going to exclude individuals. For the example I think was given, the CEO of Grace Kennedy, who simply will not engage in that kind of activity. They simply will not go out and lobby and campaign in order to win the vote, in order to be elected. And inasmuch, again, as you did not create a mechanism, for example, we will appoint some candidates based on our own research and allow the people to vote. That's an example of some sort of mechanism. You open up yourself again to that kind of attack. So on the question of who gets the greatest amount of skills, we thought that the argument that, that individuals with certain status and wealth in the Jamaican society simply aren't going to go on the road and campaign. So we'd have given the win on expertise to side opposition. So, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the debate, when we had assessed everything that was happening, we thought that the win in this debate went to side opposition. Right. So we will say one more thing real quick. When we're debating, we have to look out for things that sneak by. For example, opposition would have claimed that they're going to create this sort of independent, objective body who is going to appoint the senators. That came out, I think, from either the first and second speaker, and it was not heard from again until later on down in the debate. But that in and of itself was a convincing argument in terms of ensuring that there was no partisan in the actions in the Senate. So that would have been good to address. So, in terms of speaker points, the best debater for this round, we would have decided, was the second debater from side opposition. Again, we cannot stress how important it is for you to vote online. After doing the ballot and the voting, we saw that the gap between Herbert Morrison and Cornwall College would have closed. All right, it wasn't enough points to garner them the win, but again, it is very important for you to vote online. All right. Of course, if there are any other questions, any concerns, you can feel free to come to me or anybody else who sat on your panel. All right. So this is it. We will meet you again for the final rounds of matches for today in Zone B.
Waiting for your cue. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this match, another match in the competition. Hashtag Afiu Republic Secondary Schools Debate Competition. My name is Jermaine Barrett, and I have the privilege of serving as the chair adjudicator for this match. This match features two teams. In proposition, we have Montego Bay High School. In opposition, York Castle High School. At this time, I'll invite my colleague adjudicators to introduce themselves. Xavier.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Xavier McFarlane, and I'll be assisting in the adjudication process.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Najani Stewart, and I'll be the other of your wing judges for today.
Now, every debate is guided by a topic, a motion, and this one has its own motion. Xavier, I'm going to invite you now to share with our audience the motion for this debate.
Ladies and gentlemen, the motion reads, this House would amend the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms to include a guarantee to a universal basic income.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, scintillating issues on our road to a republic, recognizing that, in fact, this is our republic, a fair republic after all. Now, we have two teams. The teams have been briefed on the rules, but for your purposes, especially if you're new here, these are the important rules that are to be borne in mind. The speaking times. The first speaker gets 8 minutes, the second speaker 7 minutes, the third speaker 5 minutes, and the reply speaker is allotted 3 minutes. Now, for the first three speeches on either team, there are periods we call them protected time. You will hear the ding of a bell once to indicate that that speaker has spoken for 1 minute. Another ding of the bell signals that the speaker has 1 minute remaining. When you hear two dings of the bell in quick succession, it means that the speaker has spoken for the allotted time. And then, of course, 10 seconds in addition to that, the speaker must come down, and that will be signaled by continuous dinging of the bell. In between the first and last minute of the speaker's presentation, if that speaker is a major or substantive speaker, one of the three first speakers, then points of information will be permitted. Points of information are allowed by the opposers of the team or the speaker speaking. And of course, the speaker has a right to accept or reject the points of information. Teams, are there any questions? No? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, in a few seconds, as soon as I get back to my seat, I will begin the debate.
Mic check.
All right.
Two. Okay, great.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to commence our debate. At this time, we call upon the first speaker from the proposing team, that's from Montego Bay High School, to open the debate. Hear, hear.
The opposition is comfortable with wasting $14.7 million on a Montego Bay welcome sign, yet is appalled by reinvesting less than that to assist the citizens of Jamaica. Esteemed judges, astute opponents, fellow teammates, and audience, good afternoon. The proposition stands resolute in defending the moot that this House will amend the Charter of Fundamental Rights to include a guarantee to a universal basic income. Let us begin our definitions. The Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms is a constitutional amendment in Jamaica as a signatory to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, adopted by the United Nations in 2011. It states that all persons in Jamaica are entitled to preserve for themselves and future generations the fundamental rights to which they are entitled as citizens of a free and democratic society. This House believes also that a universal basic income is a social welfare policy that provides all individuals with a regular, unconditional government stipend with little to no requirements. UBI is therefore necessary for Jamaica's economy as one that suffers from extreme poverty levels by ensuring a minimum income floor for every citizen. UBI helps to bridge the wealth gap and provide a safety net for those most vulnerable in society. It eliminates the stigma associated with traditional welfare programs and ensures that no individual falls below a certain poverty threshold. UBI empowers individuals to meet their basic needs, enabling them to focus on personal growth, education, and upward mobility. According to Capri, minimum wage earners are several $1,000s below the poverty line. Currently, Jamaica's minimum wage is $13,000 per week, or $52,000 per month under the new compensation review. What this means is that the sole income earner taking home $52,000 per month would be below the poverty line unless there were other sources of income due to an inflation rate set, according to Statin, at a whopping 7.8%. In reality, Jamaicans cannot afford to live in Jamaica. The cost of utility bills, cost of rent, cost of groceries, cost of tuition, cost of transportation cannot be solved by a mere $52,000 in our present economy. Where do citizens look in times of need and in times of poverty? The opposition wishes to allow our people to suffer with no equitable remedies. Adjudicators, here comes the initiative that universal basic income provides. By having low-income earners gaining an additional income to work in tandem with their minimum wage, citizens will have a better chance at solidifying their standing in the Jamaican economy. And yes, opposition, I am sure you will come to misinform and dissuade our argument by hammering the point that the rich and wealthy will earn the same amount of benefits as the poor from universal basic income, and they will elaborate on how unfair that system is. But allow me to rectify any misconceptions about this government's policy. Mr. Speaker, I introduce to you Project Paid. The proposition suggests that every Jamaican adult citizen, whether rich or poor, will be a monthly recipient of $18,000, roughly the equivalent of most UBI programs internationally. However, this is where we implement solutions unique to the Jamaican economic situation. In order to avoid the occurrence of pulling money from other areas of concern, such as health and education, Project Paid is an investment in reducing these social issues, along with avoiding the possibility of the rich earning the same as the poor. This proposition will mandate what is known as wealth tax. Wealth tax, also known as equity tax, is imposed on the wealth possessed by individuals of a certain high tax bracket. Currently, Jamaica operates under a regressive taxing system, which means those below the poverty line pay more taxes than the rich. Wealth tax will come in clutch as we make the change to a progressive taxing system, specifically to their share of UBI, which is the opposite, the proceeds of which will be combined with the general consumption tax to fund this initiative. This will have no effect on the quality of life of the rich, which ensures their satisfaction, along with the ensured improved standard of living of the poor. The opposition will wrongly posit that Project Paid will encourage laziness and dependence on the government. However, the nature of Project Paid encourages motivated workers and has statistically shown where it has boosted employment levels, to which my second speaker will elaborate more on. The proposition does take note that other social welfare programs exist, such as the PATH program, but the requirements for acceptance are almost impossible to get in. UBI, on the other hand, provides a universal benefit. This simplicity reduces inefficiencies, redirects resources towards the actual recipients, and eliminates the risk of individuals falling through the cracks due to eligibility criteria. In a Capri survey, 1,500 persons in 13 urban and 11 rural communities were selected based on the poverty map. Only 1 in 4 individuals, I repeat to you judges, only 1 in 4 individuals received any of the financial assistance doled out by the government. Opposition, do you see the inadequacy of your stance? On the other hand, Project Paid provides a leeway for all persons who genuinely suffer from poverty to be a recipient of what is fundamental to humans' quality of life, money. Many countries have experimented with UBI and have had improved results. USA, where UBI led to improved mental health and improved education and did not discourage people from working. 2, Canada, improved education and economy.
Point of
3,
information.
not at this moment. Finland, improved health and happiness. Brazil, funded through oil royalties. India, improved nutrition, sanitation, and school attendance among children has risen. Namibia, where cases of child malnutrition dropped significantly while school enrollment went up. Also, social crimes such as theft had significantly dropped. Adjudicators, it is clear that Project Paid is the way, and it is clear that the proposition has a noteworthy defense and an inimitable argument. With that noted, the proposition affirms that this House will amend the Charter of Fundamental Rights to include a universal basic income. I thank you.
Thank you very much. First speaker from Montego Bay High School. And this time I invite to open the case on behalf of the opposition team, the first opposition speaker representing York Castle High School. Hear, hear.
Thank you. Thank you. In the interest of timekeeping, I will begin in 3, 2, 1. In the interest of timekeeping, I will begin in 3, 2, 1. Esteemed adjudicators, worthy opponents, fellow teammates, and distinguished guests, good afternoon. My name is Ashanti Brown, and I am the first speaker for the opposing team. Today we gather under the moot, this House would amend the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms to include a guarantee to universal basic income. For the purposes of the motion, the word amend would mean to make changes to a text or a piece of legislation. The Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms is a document that outlines the basic human rights and freedoms that every person in Jamaica is entitled to. This House defines universal basic income as a system where every citizen of a country or region receives a regular payment from the government regardless of their employment status or income level. We are convinced that UBI is not the panacea it purports to be, and therefore, the opposition is of the view that the inclusion of UBI into our Charter of Fundamental Rights would have been a backward step in light of several considerations which we will discuss. As the first speaker, it is my niche to unravel and desensitize my fellow opponents of the illogical reasoning behind implementing the policy of a UBI. The three main points that I will be discussing are legal obligation and debt burden, increased taxation, and economic considerations. Our second speaker will delve into the drawbacks of UBI on entrepreneurship and employment, as well as how the purpose and principles of UBI are being undermined. The third speaker will introduce a compelling point, after which she will provide a rebuttal and summary of our team's case. Legal obligations and debt burden are two of the most critical issues that any government must address, and a universal basic income is no exception. The government would likely have to take on additional dues to finance the program, which would have long-term consequences for the economy as a whole. The legal obligations associated with a UBI would be complex and far-reaching, requiring significant changes to existing laws and regulations. The Jamaican Constitution is a fundamental legal document that is highly respected. Any amendment to the Constitution is a lengthy and rigorous process that requires significant public consultation and parliamentary debate. It would also be difficult to remove from the Constitution if it is later deemed a mistake. Furthermore, if the state cannot pay UBI, they could be sued for breach of its constitutional obligations, which in and of itself leads to further debt. In addition, if we were to use the minimum wage, that is currently $13,000 or a fraction thereof, as a guide to the government's monthly expenditure, this would be a minimum of $40,000 per all adults in a population. According to statistics.com, approximately 20 to 25% of persons in Jamaica are below the age of 18. This means that around 75% of Jamaica's current population, which stands at 2.97 million, would be entitled to $40,000 monthly. We could be looking at a monthly debt burden of $88 billion. This mandate could have the effect of Jamaica being a failed state. For instance, the government would need to create new systems for administering the program, including determining who is eligible for benefits, how much they should receive, and how often they should receive payments. Not accepted at this time. In addition to that, the government would need to create new tax laws and regulations to ensure that UBI payments are properly accounted for and that taxpayers are not unfairly burdened. The implementation of a UBI in Jamaica would also require significant changes to the country's social welfare system, as it would likely replace existing programs. Is Jamaica really in a position to bear the financial burden of such a program? It is clear that the implementation of a UBI in Jamaica would require massive financial and legal resources, and it is not clear that the benefits of such a program would outweigh the cost. I will now accept your POI.
How do you, is it working? How do you justify the amount of requirements that you stipulate? However, we had said that UBI is universal, same across the board, and we had already given our policy, which outlined the stipulations, which is that it would go to everybody. So your point lacks standing.
Well, my second speaker will speak about the question that you just asked, continuing. Secondly, as stated above, implementing UBI will, without a doubt, lead to increased taxation. While the proposition might argue that UBI would help to reduce poverty, the truth is that implementing such a program would require a significant amount of funds. The government would need to allocate a substantial amount of funds to finance the program, which would likely come from increased taxes on individuals and businesses. This would place a financial burden on taxpayers, many of whom are already struggling. Colleagues, should taxpayers be forced to bear the cost of UBI, considering their employment and financial status? The bottom line is that the cost of implementing a UBI would be high, and it would be paid for by taxpayers.
Point of information.
Not accepted. The truth that the proposition fails to admit is that implementing UBI is simply not feasible, especially when there are other ways to address poverty that does not require such a significant financial burden on taxpayers. Additionally, your first speaker mentions the issue of progressive taxation. While it is true that a progressive tax system is the best way to ensure that the wealthiest individuals pay their fair share, it could also result in capital flight, as the wealthiest persons might migrate to other countries, which results in lower tax net revenue, and as such, progressive taxation may certainly backfire.
Point of information.
Not accepted. Can we really afford to take this risk to finance a program that might not even work? Finally, there is the issue of economic considerations. Universal basic income is not a new idea. It has been around since the 1500s as a utopic ideal, but it has never been implemented on a large scale. My opponents may argue and say that implementing UBI could help by increasing consumer spending power, but there are many concerns about its potential impact on the economy. UBI could contribute to inflation, whereby too much money is being injected into the economy. This could lead to the central bank increasing interest rates, making it expensive for businesses and individuals to borrow, gradually slowing down economic growth.
Point of information.
Not accepted. Additionally, in 2023, we're experiencing a global contraction, with the largest economies such as the UK and China already in recession and others at serious risk. My opponents, after developing your feeble points, do you really think that now is the time to be experimenting with the economic prosperity of Jamaica? And this is why the opposition strongly believes that UBI is a dangerous, half-baked idea that could have serious consequences for the economy. At this time, the opposition rests.
We thank the first opposition speaker for her remarks. We now call upon the second proposition speaker to advance the case on that side of the house. Hear, hear.
I'll begin in 3, 2, 1. Imagine a single mother of 5 struggling to obtain access to a government program because she has a television. The foundation of society is currency. Therefore, it is a human necessity. As such, the Charter of Fundamental Rights must be amended. Judges, the opposition, my fellow teammates and members of the audience, a pleasant afternoon to you all. My teammates and I are for the stance. This House would amend the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom to include a guarantee to a universal basic income. As previously stated by our first speaker, UBI is a social welfare policy that provides all individuals within a society with a regular, unconditional government stipend with little to no requirements. But first, I must address some claims that were stated by the opposition. Firstly, wealth tax on the wealthy. It would not affect poor taxpayers. So your point lacks standing. Where is the evidence to support this? Secondly, wealthy taxpayers would not leave as they would still be benefiting from the UBI. And thirdly, wealth distribution would solve the issue of increased inflation. Hence, Project Paid is the most feasible. Some may question, what is the necessity of implementing a universal basic income? What relevance will it have on society? Okay.
Point of information.
Not accepted at this moment. Let's think for a moment about the poverty rate in Jamaica. Judges, members of the audience, and my rivals. Let's keep in mind those who perceived themselves to be victims of poverty, perhaps due to the loss of an inheritance, resentment, or even scamming. There are people alive today who are unable to support themselves or who struggle to find work because they fail to complete high school or lack educational opportunities. My opponents might argue that the implementation of such a law could result in citizen irresponsibility or make them overly reliant on the government, which would reduce the need for labor. However, the general public can be informed of the effects of their decision to stop working and heavily rely on the government through the implementation of educational programs, whether by the newspaper or the television. The people will not be able to understand that their way of life may not be in jeopardy, and the income that they heavily relied on is in danger if they do this. Many may propound that not accepted at the moment, the implementation of Project Paid will benefit individuals such as murderers, scammers, thieves, and may consequently corrupt their minds in committing crimes further. This thought in itself is utter blasphemy. A recent study has reported a 42% decrease in crime as stock theft fell by 43% and other theft fell by 20%. As Aristotle once said, poverty is the parent of crime, end quote. And researchers from around the world are confirming this truth using actual data. Hence, if we are able to lessen poverty in our country, our crime rate will decrease. It will also stop the money we spend on crime prevention. It is important to recognize that not all citizens are lazy and have a lackadaisical mindset. Jamaicans can benefit from this program as it provides funding for new businesses and innovations, such as taxi drivers, hairdressers, students, and even yourself not accepted. This may increase the chances of success for businesses, ultimately putting the funds back into the economy through taxes. As with everything in life, there will be pros and there will be cons. And through research, the implementation of the Project Paid is highly beneficial, not only financially, but also psychologically, mentally, and emotionally. Let me reaffirm, UBI does not eliminate the need or desire for work. Studies have shown that the majority of people still want to work and pursue meaningful careers, even with the reassurance of basic income. UBI can actually provide a safety net that encourages risk-taking. Entrepreneurship and investment in education and training, as individuals have the financial security to explore new opportunities without fear of destitution. It can actually create a more flexible and dynamic workforce. By providing funds with a basic income, UBI enables them to engage in meaningful work, whether in the traditional job market, entrepreneurial ventures, caregiving, or community service. According to the Jamaican Observer, there have been several small-scale trials, but the most ambitious to date took place in Finland from 2017 to 2018. And the final report was published in The Guardian a few years ago. The study selected 2,000 unemployed people at random and gave them unconditional monthly payments of €560. Their outcomes were then compared against 173,000 people on Finland's standard unemployment benefits. The headline finding was that those who received the unconditional payments reported significantly improved financial and mental well-being. They also saw a slight improvement in employment, with recipients working an average of 6 more days between November 2017 and October 2018 than the control group. this would seem to contradict the fears that my opponents are trying to bring across, that such a scheme would demotivate people from seeking work. Aside from the raw economic outcomes, surveys of the participants found that they scored better on measures of well-being, financial security, and confidence in the future. The authors of the report told The Guardian that the recipients felt more empowered to take on voluntary work or attempt to start new ventures. With this, judges, members of the audience, and the opposition, I now rest my case.
Thank you very much. Second proposition speaker, we go again to the opposition team to hear from their second speaker. Hear, hear.
Beginning 3, 2, 1. Esteemed adjudicators, my worthy opponents, my fellow teammates, and distinguished guests, I stand before you today in opposition of the motion in that this House firmly believes that the Charter of Fundamental Rights should not be amended to include a universal basic income. The inclusion of UBI into the Charter of Rights would have been a backwards step. Earlier, my teammate, the first opposition speaker, would have laid the groundwork against the motion. She highlighted that if the Charter is amended to include UBI, it would result in a number of unintended consequences, such as increased taxation, increased legal obligations on the government, along with debt burden, and lastly, the issue of economic considerations. Before now, the proposition's first speaker accentuated on numerous incapacitated arguments, so permit me to derive you to your attention to the points she made. She noted that it may be necessary for the economy given people are impoverished, and to eliminate stigma and whatnot, and lastly, to empower individuals to access their needs. However, UBI, as the opposition is strongly arguing, is such a great implementation. Why has it failed in certain areas, save and except the countries you listed earlier? The few countries you listed earlier. Now, Mr. Speaker, my opponent noted that the remedies aren't available, yet went on to say, well, there are other programs like HERBERT. Then let me enlighten you on remedies. Accepted.
Equitable remedies, not simply remedies, which suggests that the remedies that do exist are insufficient.
Okay. Well, I'm going to list the remedies as right now. As one may procure the necessary remedies, so they can give the necessities for the funds in the institution. Now, empowerment is mere. How can you give UBI solely to empower? Last time I checked, UBI's aim is to combat social welfare. Which leads me into my 2 points. First and foremost, if the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom was amended to guarantee universal basic income, it would lead to financial inequality concern. The goal and objective of UBI is to create a more fair society in which no one is denied access to the most basic necessities. But the truth about UBI is that it does not discriminate and there are no conditions attached. Against this backdrop, the very purpose of UBI, the protection of the most vulnerable, may be defeated when the bare minimum is done for those at the bottom of the rung. In fact, this policy proposes to put the pauper on equal footing with the privileged. However, UBI cannot effectively alleviate economic inequality. It may, however, accidentally subsidize the wealthy while ignoring the most vulnerable members of society who demand specific support. Now ask yourselves this question. How then does implementing UBI address financial equality? Case on point. In 2020, a UBI experiment was conducted in Finland, and according to McKinsey.com, it revealed that although it improved some aspects of well-being, it did not significantly impact employment levels or reduce poverty. This example raises doubt about the effectiveness of UBI as a one-size-fits-all solution.
Point of information.
Not accepted at the moment. Thus, the implementation of UBI in Jamaica can lead to drastic and even higher levels of inequality whilst making the already rich and privileged wealthier. There is no doubt that UBI has its merits. However, it is not the best approach towards effectively addressing income inequality. Secondly, To amend the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom to guarantee UBI, there is a high risk of de-incentivizing entrepreneurship and employment. Where a person's complacency stifles creativity and drive for employment, they may become less driven to take risks and pursue ambitious goals. Our country has a budding entrepreneurial ecosystem with people striving every day to develop innovative solutions and start businesses. If UBI is guaranteed unconditionally, it may diminish the drive for entrepreneurs to risk it for the biscuit and to develop groundbreaking enterprises founded on great ideas. The assurance of UBI, regardless of entrepreneurial success, may reduce the sense of urgency and motivation to build or even extend successful ventures. Likewise, personal and professional growth often stems from individuals taking on challenges, acquiring new skills, and pursuing ambitious goals. If UBI is guaranteed, it may reduce the motivation for people to seek educational opportunities, engage in skill-building programs, or actively pursue personal development. Case on point. According to en.unesco.org, in Canada, the province of Ontario launched a basic income pilot project in 2017. While the project was ongoing, concerns were raised about its potential impact on work incentives and entrepreneurship. Some participants reported feeling less motivated and to seek employment or start businesses as they were collecting their UBI which regarded no effort. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, I hope it would not be too onerous if I were to ask you to walk back to 2020 at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic when the Noranda Bauxite Company began mining in Alexandra, St. Anne. This led to dust in the atmosphere for which the residents of the surrounding communities were affected. They were given quote-unquote dust money ranging from 12 to 36,000 Jamaican dollars, which they started to depend on heavily even to date. The principle is simple. If it is that we are giving people free money, they may not see the need to seek employment, which is counterproductive to the progressive society the opposition envisions. In closing, our collective aim should be to engage Jamaica to excel, not to increase inequality levels or de-incentivize entrepreneurship. Is UBI what we really want? To create a complacent country with people relying solely and heavily on the government? Absolutely not. The opposition hereby rests my case.
Thank you very much, second opposition speaker, for that speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we call upon the third proposition speaker to assist in advancing that team's case. Hear, hear. Just as a reminder to our viewing audience, the proposition team here is Montego Bay High School, Montego Bay High School, and on team opposition we have York Castle High School.
I must address the fact that my opponents have pronounced redundant points to which we have encountered effectively. Even so, the proposition have blatantly failed to present a counter policy, all but clutching at straw to support a failed argument. According to the second speaker, it is an overgeneralization by using the Finland example, seen as though we had provided an array of countries which have successfully used UBI to enhance their countries. We have the USA, Canada, Brazil, India, Namibia, and you cannot justify. Good afternoon to all. The proposal to amend the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms to guarantee a universal basic income, UBI, is a significant step towards enhancing social security. This amendment recognizes the importance of economic stability and equal opportunities for all individuals, aiming to address poverty, inequality, and provide a safety net for every citizen.
Enhanced social security through the implementation of a UBI has several potential benefits. Firstly, it can alleviate poverty by ensuring that every individual receives a minimum income to cover their basic needs. This, however, reduces the risk of extreme poverty and provides a foundation for individuals to build a better life. As we all know, the current system is deeply flawed. It is bureaucratic, inefficient, and often leaves people behind. But with UBI, we can simplify the system and ensure that everyone has access to the resources they need to thrive. Moreover, it can help to reduce income inequality. The current social welfare systems often create disincentives for work or denied or impose strict eligibility criteria, leaving many individuals trapped in poverty. By providing a universal and unconditional income, a UBI empowers people to make choices regarding work, education, or entrepreneurship without the fear of losing essential support. This, however, can lead to more equitable opportunities and reduce the wealth gap within society. Additionally, in this changing job market, characterized by gig work, automation, and increasing precarity, Project Paid provides a sense of security to individuals. It offers a baseline income that individuals can rely on regardless of their employment status. This stability promotes mental well-being, reduces stress associated with financial uncertainty, and allows individuals to make long-term plans such as pursuing their education or training without fear of destitution. Project Paid also facilitates transitions between jobs, reducing the negative impacts of unemployment and fostering a more flexible job or labor market. While some may argue that Project Paid is too expensive or that it will discourage people from working, I would argue that the cost of not implementing Project Paid will be far greater in the long run. As automation continues to advance, we will see more and more people getting left behind. This will lead to increased poverty, crime, and social unrest. Studies have shown that Project Paid actually encourages people to work, as it provides a safety net to allow them to take risks and pursue their dreams. And how will countries afford this income, you may ask? As proponents to this motion, we offer guidance on how this could be achieved using the wealth distribution or the wealth tax method. Conclusively, Project Paid is not a handout, it is a hand up, and it does not encourage laziness in citizens. Research has shown that it reduces crime rate and actually encourages people to work. It's a way to create a more equitable and just society where everyone has the opportunity to thrive. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the third speaker from the opposition team. Hear, hear.
In the interest of timekeeping, 3, 2, 1. Esteemed adjudicators, worthy opponents, fellow teammates, and distinguished guests, pleasant good afternoon to you all. As aforementioned, the mood presented to us today is this House would amend the Charter of Fundamental Rights to include a universal basic income. And we, the opposition, are in utter disagreement with this stance, as our policy expressed that the inclusion of UBI is a backward step in light of all the constant disadvantages. Before progressing, let us analyze and shed light on the nonsensical arguments from our opponents. My name is Tonian Ingram, and here I fulfill the task of being the third speaker. Your first speaker said that the UBI is implemented so that no one falls under the poverty line. Permit me to ask, what kind of poverty are persons who already have plenty money will not accept it, will fall under? You stated that it will motivate entrepreneurs. Colleagues, let us be 100% honest. If the government gives or offers you a free road to sit back and relax as they allocate money to you, would you not become complacent? Your second speaker expressed her plight about the keen efforts of the PATH program that the government implements. Would the proposition rather the government give to those who don't need it? I should think not. Your second speaker also expressed and echoes the unfortunate state of the poverty rate in Jamaica. My opponents, there are many countries with a lower poverty rate than Jamaica, and they do not opt to put their country in economic failure. As stated by your second speaker, there are pros and cons to every decision. Adjudicators, I think we both know that the disadvantages are far more detrimental than the advantages that they have proposed. Now, as you have been caught up with the loopholes in our opponents' speeches, let us revisit the eloquent arguments of my capable teammates. My first speaker laid out a substantial foundation by first prudently defining key terms, addressing the eerie disadvantages of implementing a UBI system, and her 3 points were as follows. The legal obligation and the debt burden associated with the decision of this system, increased taxation, as well as economic considerations that will ensue. My second speaker audaciously postulates her points that further disassociate with the arguments of the proposition, and as she explains, the deception of false equality by the implementations of UBI. Other arguments that buttresses the opposition stance would include the fact that constituting this system does not address the root cause of poverty. Say we implement this system, we advance in making this system into our Charter of Fundamental Rights. Great, but what of people who do not have the education to exchange and efficiently use money? The people with addiction issues and poor health. Where would that leave us? Let me enlighten you. We will be left with inebriated persons roaming the streets, putting themselves in danger, plenty of households who still would need more money to survive, hundreds of people who don't have the necessary education or skills to effectively use money. This leaves our country vulnerable and at a more insufferable state prior to this system. When addressing the issue of poverty, we must access the root issue and realize that money alone without sufficiently fix these problems. We must act logically and in a way that betters the country rather than threaten the livelihood and economy of it. People living in poverty need more than just money. UBI can also become a polarized and politicized idea and thread on the treacherous ground of biased decisions where the common man might just be willing to vote for a particular political party based on the basis that they would have been promised a greater amount of UBI. Adjudicators, when we consider these factors and both sides of the argument, it is imperative that although we hear the proposition, we will not stand with a system that will cause more harm than good. As I conclude, reminisce on the overwhelming disadvantages of the UBI when compared to the advantages it has, and ponder about whether a capable government would have already thought about this and why it hasn't been brought to a reality. I thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that speech. Third speaker, opposition. At this time, we're going to pause for 1 minute to allow you to do the finalizing of your reply speeches. At the end of the 1 minute, we will begin with we will resume rather with the reply speech from the opposition, followed by that from the proposition. Your 1 minute begins now. That bell signals the end of your 1 minute pause. At this time, I call upon the reply speaker from the opposition side, representing representing your castle High School. You may begin.
A pleasant good afternoon once again. My name is Ashanti Brown, and I will be delivering the reply speech. After critically assessing the feeble arguments of my opponents, it is within my prerogative to debunk and dissect those stubborn arguments. The main point that the proposition argued stems from the basis that UBI will help the poor. However, I do not think so. What the poor need is their basic necessities attended to. I don't know if you noticed, but just recently, a video was being circulated on the internet with a woman speaking to our Prime Minister. You know what that lady asked for? She asked for a donkey. She could have asked for money, but no, she asked for a donkey because it is what she needs and not wants. You stated that the existing welfare programs are not equitable, but I strongly disagree. The PATH program, for one, is very commendable. That it has been sending myself and many other students in Jamaica to school for years. Additionally, you stated that the government lack educational opportunities. My worthy opponents, I am sure that you are aware of current programs that are created to combat this issue. For instance, the very program that your first speaker would have highlighted, the HERBERT program. Their second speaker argued that wealthy taxpayers would not leave as they would be receiving UBI, and then your first speaker argued that Jamaica isn't affordable to live in right now. So the stance that wealthy taxpayers would not migrate is ludicrous, as I can assure you that as a Jamaican, we seek to live where we are comfortable. The second speaker argued that crimes would reduce, but I completely disagree. The very scammers who would also be getting this money are the same ones doing the crimes. UBI does not stop crimes from being committed. Instead, it provides them with the funds to buy these weapons to commit these crimes. We, the opposition, do in fact believe that if citizens are being offered a possibility of $18,000, as the first speaker stated, then they would not want to work. After all, they are receiving more than the minimum wage. Why work when I can sit home, do nothing, and get $18,000? We're all Jamaicans, and therefore we should know what's best for us. And as a Jamaican, I can tell you that UBI is certainly not the solution that we're looking for. This House strongly believes that UBI is not the panacea that it purports to be. And as such, the inclusion of UBI into our Charter of Fundamental Rights and freedoms would have been a backward step. My fellow colleagues, Jamaica is not a very rich country. No, it is not. So do we really believe that implementing UBI is a sensible thing to do right now when we are still developing as an economy? The opposition rests at this time. Thank you.
Speaker. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're at that point where we make welcome the reply speaker who will close the debate overall. Let's make welcome the proposition reply speaker.
What we have witnessed today from the members of the opposition is a stance imbued in despondency. The arguments provided hold no actual solution to the current social issues our nation yearns to combat: high school dropouts, scamming, unemployment, and the big bad poverty. If the allusion you made to the woman in the video had UBI, she would not need that donkey. Secondly, $18,000 is not above the minimum wage. If you had been listening, you would recognize that we said on a monthly basis, which is not the same. On your point on financial equality, we are suggesting equity, as everybody cannot be rich. Get your argument correct. You keep repeating that it would cause debt and increase taxation. However, we have addressed that wealth distribution eradicates that possibility. So what if there are legal obligations, obviously there will be legal ramifications. That is what we wish to do by changing the law to include this initiative in our Charter of Fundamental Rights. The third speaker, you mentioned something about fueling addictions, but by educating the addicted and implementing resource centers to constantly supervise and help these persons in need, that would not be a possibility. Therefore, you have no point. Essentially, the opposition has showed us one thing throughout the course of this debate. They deterred from a notion that provides the best solution to the aforementioned issues, whilst presenting alternatives. Wait, what alternatives were provided? There was no feasible policy. In fact, there was no policy at all. This lack of alternatives on a whole inherently uses economic destitution. These same social issues as threats to provide people with a fundamental quality of life, money. Audience and adjudicators, I am sure we can all agree that this is not fair. What the proposition has set forth is innovation, an idealistic yet practical stance that is cornerstoned by equity. Universal basic income provides society with a regular unconditional government stipend. As such, the stipulations of Project PAID have eradicated any impediments, additionally offering a solution that answers our 4 fundamental questions. 5. My apologies. 1. Will UBI, as a fundamental right, solve current social issues? Yes. 2. Will the implementation of this fundamental right combat the reign of futuristic automatism? Yes. 3. Will UBI work in tandem with the other fundamental rights? Yes. 4. Will UBI accelerate the growth of GDP for Jamaica? Yes. 5. Will UBI combat dependence and encourage employment? Absolutely. Contrary to the opposition, the proposition stands affirmative in answering these queries. In fact, the opposition presupposes we are to continue with the current economy, the same economy that fumbled the first wave of the pandemic. Adjudicators, we are the side, the winning side, and we rest our case. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that spirited presentation, we have just come to the end of an exciting debate. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now tasked as judges to go and reflect on the arguments, come to a decision, and when we return, we will present the results. Technical team, tell me when to start. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the results section of this match. A match about whether we should amend our Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedoms to include a provision whereby all Jamaicans are afforded and guaranteed a universal basic income, UBI. The two teams in this match, Montego Bay High School, York Castle, contested the question quite vociferously. We as judges, we had a little entertaining exchange among ourselves in determining the outcome as well. Suffice it to say, we're grateful for the contest, and I think we want to invite all persons in the room and online to pause and give a round of applause. Now, what did we see happening in this match? The proposition team, Montego Bay High School, presents a plan of sorts. They call it the paid plan, a project pay. And of course, it had at its core a mechanism whereby they would, as a government, afford all Jamaicans, regardless of wealth and status in life, an $18,000 per month payout. Opposition, we felt, missed that unique construction of proposition. Opposition starts to argue that, well, even if it is that the government were to assure every Jamaican citizen the minimum wage, we're talking about $40,000 approximately per month. And that's problematic from opposition's vantage point for several reasons. It's going to cost a lot to guarantee every Jamaican that amount of money. It's going to really put us possibly in debt, and it's going to create a society of lazy people, people who don't want to work, people who are disinterested in engaging in worthwhile economic activities. Proposition near the tail end of the argument points out quite accurately that that is birthed out of misinformation, because that's not their policy. We felt as well, though, that beyond that, the justification from proposition as to why the UBI is necessary, we felt were from two fundamental dimensions. One, it was sociological in nature. We need to solve harsh social challenges like poverty and other issues. And also we need to provide a kind of stimulus for the economy. Get people to become more entrepreneurial, as they contended would happen in their world. Of course, on the question of entrepreneurship, opposition disagrees. Opposition tells us that, people are going to be lazy, people are not going to spend the money wisely, and it's not going to generate economic activity. To this, proposition has two lines of response. They point to studies where this UBI mechanism has been used, and the results are in favor of high levels of economic activity. They also say to us that we are going to get greater sustainability from the model through an inbuilt aspect of their mechanism where they would charge a progressive taxation or tax, which is to say they would charge those wealthier in the society more. We felt that that was an important aspect of their mechanism because it almost preemptively solved for a concern raised by opposition, which is that, well, why are you paying rich people money to begin with? It provides some amount of solvency because while you are paying for this UBI mechanism through charging rich people more taxation, higher taxation, the fact that you're also paying them the UBI, we felt that creates a kind of inefficiency, because to pay and then to take back through taxation is itself a costly bureaucratic process that we didn't understand the necessity for it. If it is that the justification for the UBI is to generate economic activity, we didn't understand why paying rich people $18,000 is going to necessarily achieve that. So proposition, you have to be careful that your mechanisms don't create unnecessary problems while attempting to solve some problems. Okay? You do yourself some kind of, that argument is weakened because of the complexity and confusion in the mechanism to begin with. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when all is said and done, we felt that the team that wins this debate is a team that clearly defends their side best. And the team that did that best lands with a score of 256. Yes, 256. And 5 of those points result from the fact that they won the votes of the viewing audience. The second place team ends on 240. And so the team that wins this debate overall is in fact Montego Bay High School. The proposition. Now, we want to just say that it's important. It's an advice to the opposition. It's important that you tune into the unique mechanism brought to you by your opposers, the proposition in this case. Because it will do you a lot to stay away from arguments that, if true, would make the arguments and the concerns legitimate. You know, concerns about economic collapse and high debt levels and so forth are real concerns, are tangible concerns, but in the world of proposition rather, those threats are not as great because of the significantly lower sum of money being paid out, again pointed out by the reply speaker on proposition. And so, ladies and gentlemen, now for the best debater and commendable debater. Felt that the best debater was the first speaker on the proposition team. And the commendable debater, also from the proposition team, the second speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for spending your time and really considering the arguments. These are important discussions that are to be had as we, as a country, pursue a path towards establishing a new constitution. We encourage you to keep the conversation going and let your voice be heard because it is important. Thank you.
Yes.